Proof of this globe. Everybody knows this globe, the globe defined. Since there is no geometric shape, it is a perfect descriptor for the whole of reality. We here on the level define the whole of reality to have a non-geometric shape called a globe. Therefore, you can feel safe in the knowledge that pointing to anything within nature at a distance from you can result in the statement, "'Tis globe." Rest assured that it is globe. Here we know the Earth is definitely not flat like you. We know this to be true without question. And to think that it is against all known observable evidence. Within these words you may possibly find a belief that you can find enough faith to believe in a non-logical system. The need for logic. And Bev said, "Let there be logic." Logic was given to help us communicate the ancient dogmatic globe with no proof and no argument into a modern-day form that unthinking people might paralogize for themselves. In the beginning there was nothing. Going back to earliest recorded history and further, it has been self-evident to everyone that ever lived that 'tis globe. From measuring shadows to watching boats, even measuring angles to lights in the sky, it has been abundantly clear to everyone that performed any of these tasks or not. The only natural conclusion has ever been, "'Tis globe." Help us imagine a new way to argue and compete against the old ways of logic and reason. Join us in reading critical thought. Let's make independent thinking a thing of the past. Logic, it has to be. Upon realizing years ago, having sure certain knowledge of 'tis globe without proof wasn't as sophisticated as first thought. In the beginning there was a need for something to base the already existing imaginometry on. Some sort of non-argumentative system for us build our first principles upon. And then said, "Let there be logic." And there was logic and it was good. Logic was given to help us communicate the ancient dogmatic globe with no proof and no argument to a modern-day form that unthinking people might paralogize for themselves. Join us in the new as nothing, going back to earliest recorded history and further. It has been self-evident to everyone that ever lived that 'tis globe. Join us in a new revolution of globe thought. Help us imagine a new way to argue and compete against the old ways of logic and reason. Join us in reading critical thought. Let's make independent thinking a thing of the past. Logic is the art of the sophist and is the antithesis to antiquated logic. As such, although impossible, when employing logic, the sophist must attempt to deny the existence of reasoning, the mortal enemy of logic. Logic is the art of the sophist and is the antithesis to antiquated logic. As such, although impossible, when employing logic, the sophist must attempt to deny the existence of reasoning, the mortal enemy of logic. And then said, "Let there be logic." And there was logic, and it was good. Logic was given to help us communicate the ancient dogmatic globe with no proof and no argument into a modern-day form that unthinking people might paralogize for themselves. Join us in a new revolution of globe thought. Help us imagine a new way to argue and compete against the old ways of logic and reason. Join us in reading critical thought. Let's make independent thinking a thing of the past. Logic is the art of the sophist and is the antithesis to antiquated logic.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. I've not got the game on. Welcome everyone. It is Free for All Friday, so you know the sketch. Discord's open for anybody to come in. If anybody of you guys in the chat have got anything you want to go over, anything within the arena, I've been keeping out of it, but there are a few things that I would like to go over. One of them being the way that people shut down conversations and stuff. Like the way Nathan Oakley was doing it to Godzilla. Now I don't think Gords was around. He missed it, so I don't know whether we get to hear what his take is on them or anything. So, yeah, anybody want to come in and have a talk about that? We've got I don't know, whatever anybody wants to come and talk about. It's Friday. AJ says no one can prove the Earth is a sphere spinning in nothing, and no one can prove it's flat. So next, you can prove 'tis globe. Or at least we can, I would say. But it takes a little bit for us to get around to that, the contradictions and stuff. You picking all of those things up? We're just playing the game in the background. Don't worry about us. Yeah, if anybody's got anything they want to talk about, I've got there was a video done by Eric DeBay today that I wouldn't mind looking over. Oh, wait a minute. Let me take some potions and shit. Right, here we go. Yeah, Eric DeBay did a video on, it's only a 5-minute video, the truth behind the final experiment. Did we say keep left?
Yeah. Truth.
Yeah, the truth about the final experiment.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
No, I haven't seen it. I was just going to go over it though, but we'll wait until we've done the cave. Yeah, oh, here we go. Here's the big guys. I'm not very good at doing this. What's he say? I bet it was his last few sentences that you didn't like. I've not actually seen it yet. But yeah, we should definitely be going over these sort of things. I will go over it in a bit. Everyone ready to go over that video or what? We could do it in a bit. I wanted to have a chat about obviously the way Nathan dealt with Godzilla the other day. Well, it's not really just Godzilla, it's the way he sort of takes Lumpy. Is that, can you get up there? Yeah. Oh yeah, this is new. So if anybody does want to come in and have a chat, did anybody see the last week we had a guy come in called you are, was it you are you not your opinion?
Yeah, something like you are your opinion or something. Yeah. He went over, had a chat with QE, didn't he?
Yeah, he was meant to be having a chat. Oh, fucking hell, what's going on there?
Got it. Super spawn.
Yeah.
Lock him up a lot. Oh, you're dragging all of them.
Sorry.
They apparently like me when I'm doing healing stuff, especially.
We're right in the center of all of them.
I know. I was trying to get out, and it didn't work.
Right. Whew.
Drop chance. Shit.
Right. Okay. So, Nathan Oakley shuts down this, and apparently there's a guy who wanted to continue the creation. We had him in here for having a chat to us, going on about this sort of stuff. I couldn't really understand what it was, and I'd like to have a chat with him about the biblical. Was it the creation?
Well, that guy, the UR was a atheist, but he still had logic. Yeah, it was strange.
Yeah, so he actually had a chat with QE, but I'm not too sure how it actually went.
I think mostly Adam and that AI dude had to go at him.
It does go more in this corner over here. Jump through it. Did anybody hear that? Or, the actual debate? Was it classed as a debate? Because we did sort of say, it's a bit hard to deal with that sort of stuff because you're not going to be debating just QE.
It seems like it went a bit south because he was having to go at Adam, but then Adam and AI had to go at each other. And that was wild.
Yeah, I guess what we're going on about here. This is. Oh, he's gone past us. Really, this channel here is just it's not like a monetary channel. I try not to monetize anything because I don't want anybody overridden with advertisements. Hopefully you don't end up with any advertisements or any of this sort of stuff. But if you do, let us know. So yeah, it's hard to tell what's going on in this arena at the minute. Obviously, it's not flat, but flat earthers have an idea of that it is. Well, certain flat earthers anyway, because most flat earthers seem to understand that it's not actually flat.
That was what was funny about
the place here.
That's what was funny about that guy was that he had logic, he was atheist, but he also was having flat as not flat. Bit of he was just holding the contradiction, like a lot of them do.
Yeah, I think everybody holds the contradictions.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, they're not getting through my block. Yeah, they don't have flat. They don't have mountains and valleys as not being flat, but they do consider them flat, and they want everybody to acknowledge some sort of flatness. this the top?
I think you are getting close.
That's it. Can't do anywhere else.
Yeah, we can't.
Can we?
Yes.
Okay. Improve the air spinning. I don't like if nobody has an idea on what proof is, then how does anybody aim to give somebody else a proof? How what would anybody do? Like, has anybody ever successfully given anyone a proof? Would anybody know where that process starts? I mean, how do you get there? Globe guys. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. To be honest, I've lost the will to talk about it. It's just absolute nonsense. So I came into this because somebody asked me to prove something, and I realised that I hadn't got a proof of anything like this for myself. Anyway, I didn't know how to prove that level was horizontal until I came to this arena. So the moment I gained the proof that everyone was asking for, nobody wants to hear it. Nobody cares about it. Because I guess that's not the proof that everybody else wanted. I can't see anything. That's it, isn't it? Maybe not this cave. We've come into a cave for Buster, but it's not.
Nah.
Special wolf's not there.
Yeah, I've clipped into the map and I can't see any extra, wolves anywhere, spawns or anything. It is a really small cave.
Dang it.
I got 6.
I got 2.
Yeah, so if anybody does know what a proof is and how they end up give a proof, then, come and have a chat. I mean, I can attempt, and like I have for over the years, I've attempted to talk to people. Obviously, we've been building these proofs because that's what we were, challenged to do. And like you end up challenging yourself, as with all proofs. You are trying to come to your own proof. You want to go over there? Go and get some.
Yeah, I want to check this.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's prepared for proof. Modern day proof's something that's left for universities and mathematics. It's not really for reality, and particularly in an arena like this, who has proof? What does it even mean? AJ, I think that's what it was. The QE and UR were meant to be having this debate about creationism, but I think I spotted some contradiction within QE, and I don't want to go over it, but pretty sure QE says it can't be eternal because of the second law. I think the second law we used. And maybe Adam and AI said that it was eternal. I think God has to be eternal. I don't know.
Yeah.
To me, it's not something that's up for debate. It's just about a personal opinion on what you consider. I don't think anybody has the right to be able to debate these things. You can only really, well, I don't know. Can you debate things that? Could you debate religion? Religious debate? I suppose you could attempt to have one, but whether you could actually put forward arguments or anything. I wouldn't know. Yeah, Paige, the creator has to be outside of creation, so the laws of creation wouldn't affect it. You could say that, I guess. I mean, that does make logical sense. That the creator would be outside of it. Well, AJ, whose laws? There are the laws of communication, let's say. They call it the laws of logic. I call it the laws of communication because if you don't have these laws in common, there's not much ability for you to be able to communicate. Law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle. And the sufficient cause, obviously, the one that everybody always forgets about. Now, if you don't have those things in common, then I don't think you can have communication. And that's what we've sort of been dealing with over the last few years, is finding out whether you can actually communicate with people. I mean, if people think we've been here trying to do anything else, then I don't know. You would have had to have been in the actual Discord to find out what we're actually about. But the outward show of everybody listening to all of the stuff, that was just to show people that you can't really communicate with people. And hopefully we were hoping that some people might want to come and attempt to communicate with us. But it seems that communication seems to be shut down everywhere. People think that just by talking, people want to get one over on other people and they want to win arguments or anything. There's no win or lose in any of these discussions. It doesn't work like that. Not even when you're talking about arguments and proof. It's you gain from them. You don't win conversations because what's the loser meant to do? Surely you should be coming to a common understanding, and if that's true, then everybody wins. There's no losers in any of that sort of stuff. What are you guys doing if you left us?
I've come over to this.
We just
Bunton
left you.
Come over. Do you know where I started running?
I'm gonna go this way.
There's the dungeons over here, but there's imps and stuff. We've just killed a corrupted ball that glitched out.
Yeah, proper glitched out. That was good. Sow thistle, what is that? I just learned a new
Pick
recipe.
it up.
Yeah, I just learned
Right,
a new recipe.
you're all right though, there, aren't you? If I just, I'm gonna get this thing for Eric to Bay up on the video so we can listen to it.
We're not that far away.
Yeah, nothing's gonna come and get me, is it? Eric Debay. The truth.
Recently,
Oh, there we go. Now, I don't really I don't really listen to any of this sort of stuff usually, Eric Debate, because I don't know, there's something about his voice I don't like, so I've never really listened to any Eric Debate. But last week, let me see if I can get this screen sorted. Do you guys need to listen to that? Yeah, I think you might need to. You don't need to watch my screen, do you? It's only 5 minutes long.
The Duffy.
Oh, do we have to look at that face again?
Yeah, he's the flat Earth Slayer.
He's not got a big smug grin on his face. I will give him that. Right? He's trying. I don't know which screen it is on. My thing's going dead slow.
Emma, whack your circle thing down.
What, my healing one, yeah.
Yeah. And get ready to attack. I'm
Oh,
gonna try
what?
something.
Right, here we go. So, this is the truth about the final experiment. Eric Debay.
Recently, a wealthy globe Earth proponent named Will Duffy launched a campaign dubbed The Final Experiment, which he claims will finally settle the globe versus flat Earth debate forever. The results of this experiment are allegedly so conclusive that once conducted and completed, all flat earthers will be forced to concede and admit defeat. So what is Will's brilliant idea? What is his ingenious experiment to finally silence all globe skepticism? Invite 12 flat Earth YouTubers and 12 globe Earth YouTubers
12.
to Antarctica in December to see if there's a midnight sun.
Oh no.
In other words, the final experiment is not an experiment, and not even a demonstration,
Okay, you Emma.
but merely an observation. In typical globe defender strawman fashion, Will is conflating a celestial observation with our terrestrial foundation. He's claiming that the motion of a light in the sky overhead somehow gives proof of the shape of the ground underfoot. In reality, the existence of a midnight sun in Antarctica no more proves the globe than the non-existence of a midnight sun in Antarctica proves the flat Earth. It's tantamount to inviting a contractor to measure the dimensions of your floor space.
Oh,
You're only a minute.
yeah,
Not
I
even
know.
a minute and a half in.
Yeah, this is why I don't watch these sort of things, right? I mean, isn't it obvious that looking at the lights in the sky doesn't make any difference to what you're standing on at all? I mean, I think people have been saying that for years. But Eric Debay has to do this, obviously, because the people that are watching him need reassurance of these sort of things. It seems like everybody needs to be led by people like Eric Debay. Isn't it obvious? What? But hey, I don't know.
And instead of taking measurements of the floor, he climbs a ladder and starts measuring the recessed lighting in the ceiling. Then, after doing some calculations and extrapolations based on his ceiling lighting measurements, he tells you definitively that your floor is curved. The only reason this strawman argument even has any legs to stand on are because a couple suspicious, shilly, so-called flat earthers who I have repeatedly called out as disinformation.
What? Has he? Does anyone know about that? I've never heard of this. I don't watch Eric Debay.
Who's disinformation?
Jerry and Whitsett.
Are they?
Oh, well, that's what Eric
Yeah,
Debay's
yeah.
saying. Eric Debay's been
Oh.
calling Jerry and Whitsett out. I'll go back over
Has
it.
he?
Listen to it again. Right.
For a
Are
long
because
time.
a couple suspicious, shilly, so-called flat earthers who I have repeatedly
Suspicious,
called out as
shilly.
disinformation agents, like Jaren from Jarenism, have claimed that they believe a midnight sun in Antarctica somehow does prove the globe.
There you go. Eric Debay has called Jaren and Witsit suspicious and shilly. Brilliant. Well, I mean, isn't it good that we're not involved in this at all? These flat earth wars are hilarious.
In a recent interview with Will Duffy, Jaren explicitly stated that if there is a midnight sun in Antarctica, then that is evidence for the globe, and a big problem for flat Earth. In reality, this is not a problem for flat Earth at all, nor is it evidence of a globe. The only reason flat earthers have claimed a midnight sun likely doesn't exist in Antarctica is because of how many clearly fake videos have been made claiming to show a 24-hour sun in the south. It's difficult to find any clearly legitimate videos of the midnight sun in Antarctica, whereas in the Arctic there are countless clearly genuine videos of the phenomenon. Whether or not there is an Antarctic midnight sun, still water is always level. The horizon is always flat, and there is never any measurable curvature. The Earth remains a level plane, regardless of any solar object.
The horizon, if it's topographic, is not flat, Eric. So the horizon is not always flat, because the horizon sometimes is a topographic horizon, not flat. Although some flat earthers will want you to tell you that it is. Some people like Eric DeBay, apparently.
Observations. The motion of a light in the sky overhead cannot possibly prove the shape of the ground underfoot. Besides, there are geocentric flat Earth models like that presented by Lady Blunt and Albert Smith in their book Zetetic Astronomy, which fully account for an Antarctic midnight sun. In their model, the sun follows a northern and southern circuit in such a manner as to allow for a midnight sun phenomenon in both the Arctic and Antarctic. Others have speculated that reflections or projections off a dome firmament could produce a midnight sun effect in the Antarctic, and others still have speculated about a sun simulator technology which can effectively create a second sun. I'm personally quite skeptical that there exists a 24-hour circling sun visible in Antarctica, but regardless of whether there is or not, has no bearing on the shape of the Earth. Over a century ago, when these same claims were brought to the flat earthers of the Universal Zetetic Society in 1904, President Lady Blunt responded, "We have made inquiries from various persons, and we find that the longest day in any place further south than the Tropic of Capricorn increases in length as the latitude increases, or distance south of the observer. It follows, therefore, logically, that if we were to go further and further south, the longest day would keep on increasing until it filled the whole of 24 hours. Then, of course, the midnight sun might be seen. Testimony has now been given that it has been seen, and this testimony has been admitted in zetetic literature, thus proving, speaking generally, that zetetics are willing to learn and admit of known facts. Whether we can explain these facts is another question. But as we have before intimated, that whatever further facts we may find, which are proved to be real facts, and not fancies, we shall admit. But while admitting them to be true zetetics, will never give up their primary fact, that the surface of all still water is level, and that the earth, or land portion of the world, therefore, a plane.
What? I don't know, therefore a plane. I guess that he has to do that. He's a flat earther, right?
Eric DeBay goes around and hoovers. I don't know whether he's got a secret account somewhere lurking. Who knows? But he hoovers up everything that other people do and talk about in this arena, this topic, and then he puts them together and presents it like he's an expert. I don't know why anyone listens to Eric DeBay.
I don't know whether they do. He's titled that video "The Truth About the Final Experiment." What's the truth? That it's not a final experiment.
Yeah, we worked that one out ourselves, Eric.
Yeah, I had a chat with him. Eric should have a chat with him as well.
No, Eric doesn't do that.
Eric should, though, right? If he wants to not just be considered a shill.
He's too busy.
Or does he
remember?
consider everybody that does talk to the guy a shill?
He's a superstar.
Superstar.
Yeah, not super chat, superstar.
Superstar.
I wonder whether Eric Debay, do you reckon he'd listen to the Globe Proof? Do you reckon? Is he in the UK? He is, isn't he? Didn't he move back to the UK, Eric? He knows the proof of the final experiment. Who's the shills? And he's because Nathan Oakley shouted Eric Debay out, didn't he?
Nathan shouted Eric out?
Yeah, because apparently Eric Debay did a video about the futility of flat earth debates. And Nathan went, oh, he's talking about flat earth debates. That's us. Shout out Eric Debay talking about flat earth debates. But he was talking about the futility of flat earth debates. I think everybody's, everybody considers everybody else a shield, don't they? Within this arena.
Of course.
But Nathan, Nathan says he needs to pay his mortgage, so Nathan's required to do that. Dave Weiss has got his app. Jaren's funded solely by his flat Earth stuff, and I take it it's much the same. These are people who rely on flat Earth. Eric Debay's the same. There's no difference to most people, I think. Where's the difference in people who earn money to survive? I'm a carer. I've got nothing in this other than somebody gave me the chance to focus on something and find a proof for myself. I thank them for that. Were it not for Fight the Flat Earth doing and saying what he did, challenging me, I wouldn't be here today. And that's the truth. And I'm thankful for that. Yeah, the missus, yeah. I had to give up work ages ago just to be able to, help out, if you will. And it's good. It affords me plenty of time. My dad's not too well, and I get a chance to help him out. And we do all sorts of stuff. You don't have much money, and I don't think I'd want to be able to be like Nathan and Jaren and Dave Weiss and all of that. I mean, can you imagine trying to tell people about things in reality? It's been hard enough trying to communicate with Globe people and the Flat Earthers. Nathan Oakley's publicly accused me of horrible things, just exactly the same as Fight the Flat Earth has. So if I were to put myself out even more, then that'd occur even more. Fight the Flat Earth wanted to take me to court, to take my fucking children off me. That's what most people don't actually realise. That when we first started this, Fight the Flat Earth was accusing me of being a child abuser, right? So he accused me of that, and then he wanted me to take him to court, which I was ready to do. Because, I mean, like, can you imagine what would have blown up? Somebody calling somebody else a flat earther and wanting to get the kids taken off them. When I know the Earth's not flat. So that would have gone to court. And it turns out, Sleeping Warrior, who's not around anymore, he told me not to do it. So, who's working with who? Sleeping Warrior's not around to answer for these sort of things. But Nathan Oakley didn't want to do anything. QE didn't want to do anything. They just left Fight the Flat Earth to do whatever he wanted to do. He wasn't accusing them at the time. He was just accusing me. So why did they bother? Yeah, Sleeping Warrior came round here. Sleeping Warrior literally went to the site where we performed the Realising Euclid test. And I showed him the canal and how long the canal was and all of that. And he didn't have a clue about it. I've tried to talk to Nathan Oakley about it. Where are you guys? Have you just gone back?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go back. Yeah, they didn't want to know anything about it because I think they're all working together. Nathan Oakley needs Fight the Flat Earth as much as Fight the Flat Earth needs Nathan Oakley. Not existing together. Like Fight the Flat Earth doesn't actually need Nathan Oakley, but Fight the Flat Earth needs Flat Earthers. And the Flat Earthers need people like Fight the Flat Earth, the Globe guys. That's just the way it is. So, if anybody wants to delve into any of that sort of stuff, I mean, we've been around this sort of stuff and we've noticed all sorts of weird stuff going on. Nobody really wants to talk about it because it's sort of embarrassing, particularly to the flat earthers, when you find out that you've been following a certain group of people and they're all working together. They've all got little clicky groups. The superstars have all had to leave. It's weird. But if anybody does want to come in and talk about any of this sort of stuff, that includes people like QE, Nathan Oakley, Neil, Adam Meakin, Sleeping Warrior. We know you won't because, I mean, you can't communicate with people. But, the offer's open. The Discord's open for anybody that does want to come in and talk about anything. Maybe it's a bit too challenging for you, these sort of conversations. But, yeah. Support your cases against, people. Namely me, but a lot of other people have been accused of all sorts of things, particularly by Nathan Oakley. He's got a public platform. He's got a thing to defend. from the flat earth or whatever, you know. Arwen's doing what Arwen can do. I don't know what what else has Arwen got? People do whatever they have to do, innit? But this arena allows people like Fight the Flat Earth to do what he does, and it allows people like Nathan Oakley to do exactly the same thing. The internet has a different law, right? There's no police force for the internet, and people have decided they can just do whatever they want. They can say whatever they want. Nobody really can rebut it. The libel laws have completely gone, and it used to be respect for other people, but I don't think there is anymore. I was hoping Gords was going to be around, see what he thought of the what he thought of Nathan Oakley and how he's shut down. I can't get over it. I call that despicable, where Nathan Oakley's publicly shaming somebody else who has been a supporter of his for years. And I was watching a video the other day. Have you guys heard of this archaeotrics or something like that? I mean, pages in here called autodidactic. Now there is another autodidactic, isn't there, in Australia, and he's linked to this guy. Did you, Mike? You didn't see that. I'll try and recap it. Nathan Oakley, Godzilla asked Nathan Oakley in the Tide chat, how he measures the Earth flat, and Nathan's response was that you help perverts to get off by asking that question. So apparently, if you ask Nathan Oakley that what the fuck he means by the Earth's measured flat, then that's allowing perverts, or helping perverts get off, because perverts like to see Nathan Oakley struggle answering the question of how the Earth is measured flat. And somehow that means that you shouldn't really ask Nathan that question, because other people get off at Nathan not being able to answer it. Something like that. Yeah, that's it. That's him. Yeah, Nathan Oakley does degrade people all the time. Yeah, AJ. But his fanboys love it. That's the sort of thing that side of the Flat Earth debate followers the Oakleyites. They like that sort of stuff. So I didn't really know much about this. Archaics and his particular brand of, I mean, is it flat earth or is it sort of the periphery of flat earth? I know it's like spaceshipy sort of stuff. It's all a bit weird. But they are supposedly linked together with Dave Weiss and Flat Earth British, is it? Martin Lidicki. Yeah, so what I mean, like, yeah, what do people actually think of that then? What, you know, the fanboyism from Nathan Oakley's people, where they allow Nathan to get away with that sort of stuff. I mean, there's loads of people watching him. Do they watch it for that reason? Aren't these the sort of leaders within this sort of community, though, right? In Flat Earth, it seems like everybody has doubts and suspicions about everybody else. If Eric DeBay has doubts about Jaren, and Jaren doesn't like Nathan, Nathan doesn't like Jaren, but Nathan does like Eric, but not Dave Weiss. Jaren does like Dave Weiss. It's such a weird arena. And I know, like, I've never really considered myself being part of it. And because we've always been on the sidelines, right? Being, I don't know, people say all sorts of weird things in this arena, but all we've been trying to do is come up with actual proofs. Eric, yeah, I think it's crazy that people pay over £100 a head to go and meet with these people. Really? That's not like Coffee with Brenda, is it? Coffee with Brenda and Toon. £100 a head. That can't be real. There aren't people that pay that sort of money. If you've got that much money, then surely you don't want to go and meet criminals, do you? Well, I mean, somebody who's been in prison. Or Flat Earth is on the other hand. Because there is, there's Archaics, there's Flat Earth British and Flat Earth Dave. Do people really pay that much money to go and meet Flat Earthers? He came to the UK, God. Spot on, talk to him. Like, actual words were shared. Yeah, Gord's is here. Right, Gord. So this has been going on my mind for quite a bit, right? Obviously, because, you know, people get shut down in different conversations, and there's all sorts of different ways that everybody within this arena manages to shut down particular conversations. And, you know, they've all done it. When I first started, and Fight the Flat Earth started saying stuff to me, and I said, well, you know, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, right? It said that. And he said, oh, you've been listening to Dell. And I said, who's Dell? And I didn't know who Dell was. And when I first came into this. But that's, the way things or people use other people within this arena. They associate an argument or a statement or something with a certain person. Then if they ever hear that particular statement again, then they use this other person to shut down the conversation, to make the statements meaningless. Which, I mean, if it is a ridiculous statement, then obviously that's going to make a difference. But if it's something that occurs in reality, it's not really assigned to any one person. So that's what we do here. Is Nathan Oakley has associated the question, how is it measured flat then, Nathan, with lumpy? I don't know why. I'm pretty sure we were the first people to say to Nathan, that's fucking ridiculous, mate. You can't be measuring something flat. It's a nonsense statement. But since then, obviously we're 6 months into it now. 6 months into the year where Nathan Oakley decided to make some nonsense statement at the beginning of the year. People have been challenging him on it. And now, 6 months in, when someone like Godzilla does that, asks that question, he shuts Gords down rather than dealing with it. Like he says in the chat there, yeah, it just gets called a pervert and dum-dum. And he how many times Nathan Oakley has supposedly answered you, but he's not answered you with an actual answer. He's just said a elevation angle, which doesn't make any difference. Yeah, I think, well, that's why he's doing it, Gods. That's why Nathan Oakley's using that thing. Because if Nathan Oakley's willing to do it to someone like you, then who else is going to speak up? There's not going to be anybody else. It's only Nathan Oakley's little sheep that sort of, tell him that horizontal's horizontal or something and mention measuring shit flat or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what's left for that particular brand of flat earth. Or maybe that's what they want. Because if everybody else leaves, then Nathan Oakley can imagine that, it's doing good. That you can just tell people that the earth's measured flat without any reasoning behind it. God says, he said to me, the horizon is the ground. And I'm thinking, how many times have you, Nathan, said to Globers, the horizon is apparent? So I pointed that out to him, and I don't think he liked it. Yeah, I mean, I can remember, like Eric DeBay says, right? The lights in the sky don't affect the ground. Well, Nathan says they do. So Eric DeBay might be shouting out Nathan Oakley, and Nathan Oakley might be shouting out Eric DeBay. But there are odds. Nathan Oakley thinks you can measure an angle to a light in the sky to prove the Earth's flat. And Eric DeBay says you can't look at the lights in the sky to prove the ground. Got to make your minds up. And I don't think Nathan Oakley can. I don't think Nathan Oakley and Eric DeBay could have a conversation. I don't think it could ever happen. I don't think there's any two flat earthers that could ever talk and agree on certain things about what flat earth is. Because the only thing that flat earthers could ever agree on is that the earth's not actually flat. That flat earth means something other than the earth being flat. Yeah. Yes, gods. I'm completely with you. That's all it's ever been done. God says, I'm starting to believe that the flat earther label and following endless debate of the flat versus globe is what's being sold. False dichotomy. And you can't get anybody away from the false dichotomy. Because if you were to admit that it is a false dichotomy, then everyone that's been involved in the flat versus globe for all these years will have to admit that they've been fooled, right? They've been fooling everybody else that they're drawing into it.
I remember saying that like ages ago. It was like, it's that pride thing. Like, you just have like so much pride. Like, I can't be fooled.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a
But
good.
what's-
Gord's makes a good point. I'll put this one out first. Sorry, Gordon. He says,
No, go
because
ahead.
if just one honest debate was titled "Globe Real or Not," we could end this tomorrow. But you'd be stuck on the identity of globe. Gods.
What
People
about
don't know
horizontal?
what it is.
What about horizontal real or not? Or hydrostatic equilibrium real or not? That would,
Yeah.
yeah.
Level, horizontal, or not.
Or not.
Just or not.
Or not, yeah. No, I know, that's what I'm saying.
Flat level there is evidence of for level, Rachie. That's the truth. There is a proof that level is horizontal. Now, what's that got to do with flat or globe? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You can make arguments all day, but the only thing you could ever prove is that level is horizontal. You've just got to put that on your model. Now, if you call your model in your mind a globe, then stick level being horizontal on it. Most people do. My dad does. Every surveyor that I've ever spoken to also has level being horizontal in reality. Now, ask them, do they live on a globe? They'll tell you they do, yeah. So they have level being horizontal on their globe. Work that one out. You should come in for a chat, Rachie.
Oh, that ain't gonna happen.
Well, did you see the thing she did with Horizontal?
No.
Yeah, she made a video. Tarn made a comment to her. And then she made a video. And it's similar to Betty's cross.
Oh no.
Yeah. except it's using packs of tarot cards on a kitchen floor. I think it was a kitchen floor. I think, to give Rachie the benefit of the doubt, I think she means level Earth, but I mean, that's ridiculous. That's as ridiculous as flat Earth. Really.
How many times do we have to say it though? Like, the Earth is, well, we've had people around. I've had construction background, spot on. I mean, other people in this server have had construction background. The Earth is never level. Like, you always have to grade it. You always have to level it. So, i.e., it's not level. It almost always needs to be the Earth. Level Earth. I don't get that.
No,
Just don't get it.
It's just words. It's like a Wittgenstein type stuff, isn't it? But
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
a reverse
Language
one.
games.
Yeah, language games for the idiots, unaware of highbrow language games. It's like sort of lowbrow, isn't it?
Yeah. Very lowbrow. Well, it's lowbrow because, like, if you're not willing to, yeah, if you don't want to do things for yourself, see how things work in reality, or just think about things. Metaverse, I guess. I don't know.
Say thank you. Thanks to Gods. Hello to 10 members. Tarn got one as well. We were just talking about him. Maybe that was why. So thank you very much, Gods, and everybody else that's got the memberships. You can go and watch some of the behind the scenes sort of stuff. Now I've been keeping a load of stuff behind because it's just for drama. But it seems like that's all this arena is. We've been trying to keep it real for real people. And I don't want to get involved in a drama debate and about all of that sort of stuff. It doesn't seem worthwhile, and it doesn't seem like anybody's actually going to learn anything. And now I can say that I have learned the most I could ever learn within this Discord server. Based around logic and understanding and, you know, how to find proofs. And I consider, like, I do definitely have a proof of globe. Now, it's a proof by contradiction. And in order for you to go on the chain to follow this, you have to be able to understand what a contradiction is. And the study we've been doing over the years, leading up to this point, has shown us that the very few people that we have within the Discord seem to be the only people that are able to truly grasp this contradiction within this arena. Most people will be coming round to it because there is only one way for you to go once you get off the train. The is it a hype train? I don't know. That's perhaps the wrong word. But like the flat Earth versus globe Earth. It's I don't know how to explain it. It sort of hits on that base sort of instinct of you unlocking something that not many people know, and you get initiated into little groups and you get told secrets about things type stuff. I mean, people get pulled along with it. You mainly start that whenever you start university, that sort of a thing where you're the special people. You're going to now initiate you into this group where you have certain secrets to keep. Which rate's she talking about? How? Come on in and have a chat. We don't do gyros and shit like that. Other people do that sort of stuff. What we do here, Rachie, is logic and reasoning. I'm pretty sure that, you know, this sort of stuff that we do here, we call it advanced simplicity. It's pretty simple, and most people agree with us. The only people that don't seem to agree are these severely model afflicted people. And it's not just globers, it's flat earthers as well. As you can see, Nathan Oakley, he can't do it. In fact, you know, some people can talk to people about it. Some people can be model afflicted and talk about it. Some people who are model afflicted can't talk about it. And most people who aren't aware of the model, it's easy for them to talk about it. In fact, they can't even understand why you're talking about something so simple and base. Spaghetti. Yeah, I said to Will Duffy, right, that this thing that he wants to falsify, right, he wants to falsify a flat earth, use a false dichotomy, so he can prove the globe to himself. But to me, he's not going to falsify level being horizontal. No matter what the lights in the sky do. I think that's what Eric DeBay was trying to say, right? Except Eric DeBay doesn't actually have a proof for himself either. Seems like most people don't have that proof. Whereas, you know, I do. I've definitely got a proof. And I'm absolutely certain level is horizontal. 100%. No doubt about it. Got a proof. Now, that's only me. You know, it doesn't really make any difference. I'm not bothered about what you imagine because I've got that proof. I know that. And I also know that it doesn't really matter what the lights do in the sky. It's not going to falsify the proof that I've already got. What does that even mean, Rachie? Rachie's question. Anyone willing to try and answer this one? Rachie says, what happens if you use a water level over a long distance and theodolite?
What's...
We'll take the first bit. What happens if you use a water level over a long distance?
You get a horizontal.
Yeah, it's a long water level. It's still a water level. Doesn't change it. Doesn't stop it from being a water level. You establish a long horizontal.
There you go.
Right. Second part. And theodolite.
I'm pretty sure you level it also. Which level is horizontal?
Character. Well, I mean, a theodolite's a tool for measuring angles. So, where would the angle be measured? With water level.
What are you measuring?
Yeah.
What are you measuring an angle to?
I don't. It makes no sense, Rachel. You better come in and have a chat. They're like you're tagging something on and theodolite that means nothing. There's no relation. The water level's a tool that establishes a level, and a theodolite is a tool that measures angles. The water level establishes a horizontal, that's a straight line or a plane.
It's a reference.
And an angle isn't
it's
isn't
just
that
an angle.
Yeah, it's just a so say you have a water level and a theodolite and they both establish horizontal, do they match? A theodolite, Rachie, is a tool for measuring angles. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Seems to be like a disconnect. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's super strange.
They're
Water-
not the same thing. They're different tools.
Like water level. I mean, do they know what it is? It still baffles me to this day. Like after getting one myself and using it, it's like I know what it is. I know what it does. Establishes horizontal. What's the disconnect between establishing a horizontal and getting an angle from theodolite?
Well, let's say you've got two tools and they do both establish horizontals. A theodolite doesn't establish a horizontal. Just like measuring an angle doesn't establish a horizontal. No matter how much Nathan Oakley tries to convince you that it does, it doesn't. And don't be relying on what Nathan Oakley says as some sort of an argument that's been put forward by other people.
I don't think Nathan Oakley's ever even brought up a theodolite.
No, but he does measure an angle, doesn't he? And Rachie's
Oh,
obviously
yeah,
been
well.
talking to Wally and the Wolf Pack guys.
Oh, yeah.
So easily confused by those people. Someone like Rachie, I would imagine. So a theodolite can't measure show level. No, a level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, Rachie. You don't measure it. A level doesn't measure horizontal. It establishes a horizontal.
Is that like I know people say semantics all the time, but like words have meaning. Like, where's the disconnect between like establishing and measuring?
I don't know. I mean, that's Nathan Oakley that's allowed them to think that that's some sort of an argument that somebody's putting forward. But Nathan Oakley can't even support it, so it's not really an argument or a statement.
He has enabled this thinking of measured flat. That's what we were going on about earlier with Lumpy and other people that have saying you don't measure a reference. It's the reference.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Let me get this on the Discord. Wow, what's going on here? Yeah, there are proofs in reality. Got to go with that. Or do you guys don't think that there is proof? Because, wouldn't that be contradictory, right? If you were to say that level isn't horizontal, but then say there's no proof in reality, therefore you'd just be making a ridiculous statement of a not that, when you knew that you have no proof of that. That's the problem. When you realise that logic leads reasoning, then it's either one thing or another. You can set up a true dichotomy. Once you realise that, then you can realise that flat versus globe it's not a true dichotomy. And that's why everybody within this arena is so mixed up. Because they don't know what an actual true dichotomy is, because they've been arguing a false dichotomy for years. Iridium's got some evidence. No proof. And you know the weird thing about all of this? For 5 years, we've got a proof that level is horizontal. Does anybody care? How many people have been over here and asked us? How many people have wanted to see the presentation of it? How many people have ever asked? None. And that's because everybody already knows it. You've just got to try and sophist your way around it by convincing yourself that there's other types of arguments. Thank you. Crack open a surveying textbook like this one here, site surveying and leveling, that tells you how to do differential leveling, how elevations are measured. So yeah, crack open any surveying textbook or just talk to a surveyor. Normally the best way of doing it. Talk to somebody who does it. Or don't. One thing not to do, right? Do not ever listen to people on the internet, particularly in YouTube chats. Don't ever take their advice about anything to do with level. Always trust a professional. And when I say professional, I don't mean Jesse Kozlowski. He's gone. He's left. Is there any other professionals anybody else wants to check out? The main surveyor? No, he's gone as well. He's a fake, not a professional. There's a code of ethics professional people have to live by, and surveying is it's up there with lawyers and stuff. So they do have a code of ethics when dealing with the public. Anyone wants to know why Jesse Kozlowski's not around? Ask him about that code of ethics. He'll tell you. It's the first question you should ask anybody who claims to be a surveyor, if they know about the code of ethics within their profession and how they should deal with the public. No, differential leveling isn't on page 3, Iridium. It's obvious, right? There's a guy in the chat here now that is talking about a book that I own. Now, it's pretty obvious that he's scoured the books, all of the books. Probably doesn't really know, doesn't want to tell you about section 33. But, you know, you have to mention this globe thing, where you have to try to tell people about a contradiction. Just slip past the contradiction that they'll never really notice because it's been ingrained into them. But level is horizontal, but some guy's got a page in a book that can tell you otherwise, or maybe convince you otherwise, that there's something different than that. If a theodolite cannot get level/horizontal, how does it get level/horizontal, Rachie? Do you know? Do you know how a level gets level/horizontal? Because that'd be a start. Why even own a book you will just ignore? I'm not ignoring the book. It's there. It's on site surveying. And level is horizontal. The principles of differential leveling will show you that level is horizontal. The two-peg test is a check to make sure that the level is horizontal. You guys don't know that. You just go and cite something in some book somewhere that you've misunderstood to mean something that you can't prove. And you just keep citing pages in books. And if you think that's your best proof, then, well, good luck to you. That's where you are in your life. It's like when somebody chose to, and told me that I didn't have a proof that level was horizontal. Do you think that I went to a book? Is that what you'd want to do? Iridium, come forward, right? If you want to go to Jeren, we'll do a debate on Jeren or wherever. Let's do a debate on here. We'll do a debate on whether level is horizontal or not. You can cite pages from books, and I'll come with a proof that level is horizontal, like an actual proof. Does that sound fair? Angles from one point to another, Rachie. From point A to point B. From the point that you're at, point C. You don't need horizontal for that. You're just measuring angles. A theodolite is a tool for measuring angles. Now, if you want to establish a level, then you use a tool called a level. You may have got mixed up, Rachie, because there are new tools called total stations that employ GPS and do both theodolite and leveling along with the GPS system. They incorporate all three of them together. But what we're talking about specifically is the difference between a level and a theodolite. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, and a theodolite is a tool for measuring angles. What are surveyors taught, Iridium? Tell me, what are surveyors taught? Because you're saying, why are surveyors taught something completely wrong? They're not. They're taught that level is horizontal. That's not wrong. That's completely correct, as it's provable. Do you think it says in any book that level is not horizontal? Surveyors, look, Iridium, I'll say this again. Surveyors know that level is horizontal. At no point does a surveyor imagine that a level, being a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, isn't a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, because that would be a contradiction. And most people understand that in reality. That you do know what a contradiction is once somebody shows it to you. It's easy. It is globe, yes. Iridium, we'll say it again. Yes. Every surveyor will have level being horizontal on their globe. As every sane person would also. You just take what is provable in reality and put it on your globe. That's what happens. That's what people do. Everyone does that. The best surveyors taught new surveyors that level is not horizontal. What? So is a level a tool for establishing a horizontal, Or is it not a tool for establishing a horizontal? Because you'd be struggling.
Begs the question.
Like,
What does what does a level establish?
Yeah. If not horizontal, what's going on? A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. Yes, and Tom again, look, it's another one. Yes, everybody knows 'tis globe. Everyone. But the same thing is true for everybody knows level is horizontal. Wait, why can't you guys seem to assume that you put the two together? Why can't you do that? What's up with it?
It's the perpendicularity conundrum. I mean, they just can't have like.
It's model affliction to assume that you know, this model can change your understanding of level being horizontal. Like, if that's true, then the proof that I have that level is horizontal must be the proof that level is not horizontal also. Same time. And that's, unfortunately, for the laws of logic, breaking the law of non-contradiction. So you either contradict or you don't contradict. It's up to you. It seems like most people don't really know what a contradiction is. 'Tis globe. It's doing it again. Like Bev deflecting. How is that deflecting, Iridium? How is it deflecting for me to say 'tis globe? Everybody knows 'tis globe. I've got my dad. I've got the missus in the front room. I've got my son upstairs. 'Tis globe. Everybody knows it. Does it upset you, the fact that, you know, we're not flat earthers? So where you live in reality, you can call it whatever you want. Most people call it globe. 'Tis globe. You can say level is horizontal is still a globe. No. Level is horizontal and it's 'tis globe. Because you can't get away from 'tis globe. Because globe's just something you've got in your mind. I mean, you've never measured it. So the globe's a model that you have. It's a model that everybody has. Everybody knows that, right?
What if it's like a metaphysical measurement?
Yeah, any of you guys that are in the chat there, you are welcome to come in and have a conversation about this sort of stuff. But, you know, in dealing with proofs, particularly by proofs by contradiction, you have to be willing to be able to talk about contradictions. Or maybe the lack of contradictions in reality. That's going to be the only way we can sort this out, is by people conversing about these contradictions inherent in modern life. And we understand it's difficult, particularly for the globe guys, because, you know, they're the ones with a fear of contradictions, is it? Or, you know, a misunderstanding of contradictions. And you guys don't seem to have a rhetoric established to deal with contradictions. A degree is part of a circle. Nice. I like that. It's a 1/360th piece of a circle. Not so sure that'll work. Do you know, like, look, it's Friday night, and we are all adults. At least I hope we're all adults here. I wouldn't like to see any children triggered by this sort of thing. It shouldn't be something that children are dealing with. So I presume the 24 people that are watching right now, mainly adults. I don't know how many of you out there actually have a proof of anything. We're talking about having a proof of a straight line lying within a plane. Basic conceptual sort of stuff within reality. And also an understanding of how to communicate about contradictions. You can always measure the zenith angle from a plumb bob. How?
I was gonna say, what's that?
How do you measure a zenith angle from a plumb bob, Iridium? Go on.
The last guy that did that didn't even use a plumb bob, but he said,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's
whatever.
have the method for measuring a zenith angle from a plumb bob.
Might take a minute to type that out.
Well, I mean, I'd like to
Possibly.
know which is the tool you're starting off with, because I know a plumb bob does not measure angles. So you're going to have to incorporate something else other than a plumb bob. So could we please first hear the tool that will be measuring the angle from a plumb bob?
Oh.
A protractor and a sight tube. Oh, I think I saw Nathan Oakley, his daughter.
Oh. Clinometer.
Yeah, put a straw on the top of a protractor and then dangled a plumb bob from it. Perhaps that's what Iridium's talking about. Like
All right.
Nathan Oakley's daughter's straw on a protractor. That's measuring an angle from a plumb bob.
That's great. Like,
That's
what do you do
great.
from there?
Yeah. Your zenith straight line above you, and you get degrees to a star.
How do
It's
you do
impressive.
that?
Yeah. Angles. Sky angles.
I mean, we are talking about Euclidean geometry within this, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the way, I like the idea of using an angle in the sky, like a sky angle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What time am I streaming till? I don't know, Rachie. Why, you thinking of popping in? We normally go quite a long time. We've only been going an hour 30 odd. It is free for all Friday, so we could probably go for, I don't know, normally go for about 4 hours, but sometimes it's been known to go on for a lot longer than that. Yeah, I don't know about who expect that this person applying for a job in surveying will be required to know that level is horizontal, or maybe required to forget that they know that level is horizontal, according to other people. Yeah, we'll still be going in about 20 minutes. Yeah.
Might be a good time to play the what was the song that you did with Emma?
Proof. Oh, yeah, the
A to B.
A to B. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds good. I'll just queue up a Buster song while we is my Streamlabs is acting a little bit slow, so give me a minute to. Oh, what? Come on. Right, advanced Emma. Come on. Right, hopefully there won't be too many things going on here. I'm just gonna go. We can still talk in Discord.
Yep.
Back in a mo.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long stretch of water. This water is straight and level and does not flow.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long straight stretch of water. At each end of this straight stretch of water is a bridge. Point A, so you've got 2 bridges. Point B. This water is straight and level and does not flow. At each end of this water is a bridge. Point A, point B. At each bridge there is a plumb bob hanging down to the water.
We are on the road,
Even altitude.
suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
Now, on these vertical strings, can you imagine an even altitude? A point at an equal height above the surface of the water below.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
An even
You'll
altitude.
find the truth from things of old.
And on these vertical strings, can you imagine 2 points? So let me give you a hypothetical. Can you imagine point A and even altitude at these points and point B? And on these vertical strings, we can establish a perpendicular and even altitude and call one point A and the other point B. 2 points. Point A, point B, even altitude.
We are on the road,
2 points.
suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Point A,
You will find peace within.
point B.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
The point at an equal height above the surface of the water below. Point A, point B. Point A, even altitude. Point B.
There's no end game in mind.
Is the shortest distance between those 2 points?
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
We know the shortest distance
There's no end game in mind.
between 2 points is a straight
It's
line.
only the truth that we seek to find.
Now, here's the question I'm asking myself. How can the distance between these 2 points be anything other than horizontal? Horizontal.
Everyone must see it for
Horizontal.
themselves. The truth
2
is there
points.
for you to find.
And then ask yourself, and the water. Fuck that up.
Oh, welcome back. My Streamlabs is acting so slow. Why are you guys using angles to prove the base. Are you sure? Are you sure that's the best way to go about it? Doesn't sound logical to me. They surely, what comes before the angle? Surely the straight line comes before the angle, right? You have to have a proof of the straight first. And I think that's where the globers really struggle, in my opinion. I don't know why. It would be refreshing to have a globe person, a globe defender. You know, like within this arena anyway, have some sort of a concept of straight that isn't a circle. But that's contradiction. I think that's one of the contradictions that people have to take on. And I don't know why that stops them from accepting other contradictions. I mean, why, if you can have a contradiction that straight line is a curve, why can't you have a contradiction that level is horizontal on your globe? Aren't they similar contradictions? Or are they not? Is one of them a bit more real than the other one? Curvilinear angles aren't a thing, Akumu. They only are a thing because somebody's named them it, but there is no thing called a curvilinear angle other than the thing that you're imagining you're talking about. It's a nonsense. There's no such thing as a definition of a curvilinear angle. They don't exist. Only in the minds of madmen.
Wouldn't putting curve and linear in the same like sentence be not sentence but like curve linear? That sounds like a misnomer, kind of like a topographical plane.
It's an oxymoron, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Curvilinear topographical plane.
Yeah.
So are we? This is like the Twilight Zone, right? Like you can have
justifying
flat
contradictions.
Yeah, you can have flat earthers saying topographical plane, and you can also have globers saying curvilinear.
Yeah.
It's like same thing, same side.
Model affliction, yeah.
Hashtag same side.
Flat Earth Society, all of them. Everybody involved in this arena. Model afflicted, obviously. And they are just the type of people Flat Earth Society loves. Doesn't matter what side you're talking about, as long as you're talking about the false dichotomy, then
or oxymorons, whatever,
oxymorons, justifying contradictions.
There you go. Yep.
And 60 nautical miles. I mean, that's what do you say? Reifying the thing, because 60 nautical miles is 60 minutes. It's just a way of imagining a distance as an angle. It's a nonsense, and I don't expect anybody to go over it, because nobody really needs to even attempt to justify why other people justify a contradiction within terms.
Yeah.
What's the angle between two curved lines, Akumu virus?
Where do you measure it at?
Yeah, well, that's the point. What is the angle between two curved lines?
Yeah.
Just give us the angle, Akumu virus, between two curved lines. I bet I would have a range. Don't know. 60 nautical miles is what? Says Tom Walbrand. It's a justification so you can imagine a straight line is actually an angle. It's imagining that you can do something with an angle. Because 60 nautical miles is the same as 69 miles. 69.4, is it? So it already has an actual distance. Did Bev say it was an hour? No. 60 minutes, you dickhead. Tom, do you not know what 60 minutes is? Yeah. Do you? Do you think it's an hour? Or do you think within relation to 60 nautical miles, it's actually a degree? Because you portion a degree into 60 minutes, right? Isn't it weird people talk like that? Come on in for a chat, Tom. On the Level Discord. Just join. Put your name in the chat and say, you know, VC me up. I'll come in and have a chat. You said 60 nautical miles was an hour. I didn't. I said it was 60 minutes. Tom, do you not understand that a degree is broken up into 60 minutes, each of which of those minutes is broken up into 60 seconds? All of those minutes and seconds are portions of a degree, not fucking time.
My goodness.
Nobody calls a degree an hour. But you can misunderstand as much as you want, Tom. But yes, we on this side have actually done these sort of things. We've been saying it for quite a while. There's like a magic trick that goes on. Like a real life magic trick where people can fool people, make them believe things that aren't true, which is sort of like what a magician does. And I think the magician is this person that convinces people that contradictions are true. It's the art of the sophist, let's say. Yeah, 3,600th. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have been fooled by an angle within this arena, and they've been doing it for years. The original, the OG, was Al-Biruni. Now, not many people understand how Al-Biruni did his little angle trick, but you have to have a full understanding of geometry to understand those sort of things. Iridium's writing some. Yeah. A level surface is illustrated by the shaded portion. No. A level surface in reality is established by a tool called a level. And that level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. So in reality, a level surface is horizontal. Most people know that. Have you got that textbook as well, Tom? You want to go over the differential leveling principles that people use in reality? Or do you want to talk about pages in a book? I mean, which is more proof? An actual proof or something somebody wrote in a book? Why should I throw the book away? There's plenty of books. Have you ever heard about Section 33? Maybe not. The thing is, again, there's proofs in reality, and that's how you communicate through these understandings, these truths. And isn't it weird that level being horizontal is one of those fundamental truths that's obviously provable within reality because it's a fact of reality? How could it not be provable? And how could you even argue about it when we say it's obviously provable? Why do you not have a proof that it isn't? Why are you just pointing to books? Words in books. No actual proof that level isn't horizontal because, I mean, it obviously is. I know what surveyors are being taught, Iridium. I've been one of those people in those classes being taught those things, and we are taught the fundamentals. Level is horizontal. You can't get away from it. Have you ever been in there? How many lessons have you been in, Iridium? How many surveying lessons have you sat in? I mean, it may have changed, this procedures within surveying. But, you know, I've talked to quite a lot of surveyors. Talked to every surveyor I get a chance to. And every one of them knows that level's horizontal. No joke. And they all live in reality on the real globe. Auto reality, we were talking before in context. Funny, I thought I was talking to Bev, not you. Your name Bev now too in your context. I don't know. Are you coming in the chat, Rachel? Because it gets really hard to follow who's talking to who and what. Iridium, yes. Level is horizontal. That's what surveyors are taught. If that's the curvature that you want to imagine, yes, they're definitely taught about that. They're just taught a job, how to do their job. So, how many surveying lessons have you sat in, Iridium? Give us the most memorable one where they talked about your globe. I bet you've never even been on one surveying lesson. Yeah, level is horizontal locally. Yeah, everyone knows that. Always. level is always locally horizontal. That's a true statement. And the globe guys say that too, right? No, I don't. I know how surveyors are taught, Iridium. I'll say it again. I've been in those classes where you do actually get taught the basics of surveying. A hot tub in it again. Is that an iced tea? Chocolate. Nice. If you want to come in and have a chat, Iridium, then come on in, have a chat. Talk about what you've done in surveying and what you imagine surveyors get taught. But we all know that, you know, it is definitely provable. You can definitely prove that level is horizontal, and you can definitely prove 'tis globe. All things that are true are provable. That says that's a good statement, right? Everyone can agree on that. All things that are true will be provable to be true, right? Otherwise, how could they be true? How could you say that they were true if they're not provable? So they must be provable. There are provable things within reality. Yes, Iridium. Yes. Right, well, Iridium, I don't have an overinflated value of it. It's just my experience. I've been sat in those classes. I've been taught those things. And I know that level is horizontal. I've proved it. Like, nobody proved it to me when I was going through the training. You were just taught on how to do your job. I proved level being horizontal after. Anybody's free to challenge that proof too, which would be the best way to do it. If you do want to, you know, go into a debate, then, you know, I've got my proof that level is horizontal. That makes the argument really simple, because you just have to take the opposing position within the debate. That's simple then. Anybody wants to come and do that, then fair enough. You know the topic for discussion. Level is horizontal. A positive claim made by Bev, me. You can obviously, if you wish to oppose that, just make a case for the opposing. Make an opposing argument. Simple as. Do a rebuttal. Everybody knows 'tis globe, Tom. Yeah, everybody knows it, don't they? They don't even need to prove it. They just know it. They've been given it. It's like a birthright. Everyone gets handed it. Here, little kid. 'Tis globe. There you go. That's all you need to know. Have you been taught? What have you been taught, Iridium? Come on in and have a chat. Tell us what you've been taught about level being horizontal or not. You know, tell us the actual lesson that you were involved in, where you decided that, you know, you've been taught something different than obvious reality. Tell us who taught you.
Who taught you that?
Yeah.
Oh,
who
my
taught
bad,
you
Buster.
that?
Yeah, who taught you that?
And that's a good one, right? Because obviously, I was taught within surveying that level is horizontal. Like you establish a horizontal plane with this tool called a level. If you don't, because you have to check it, 2-peg tests, right? You have to verify that it is, and you also have to reason that this test to check it actually works. So you have to have some sort of principle so you can understand the test to make sure that the test is a verification of the level being horizontal.
I mean, how long are we gonna go through this though? Where the people in the what would you say text chat trolls are never gonna do any of these things.
Yeah.
They're just gonna text
Talk
chat
about
troll like
books
they do.
and stuff. Yeah. Talk about lectures, about people doing things. Come in and have a chat. Tell us who taught you that level, is something other than horizontal. Like when you get a level, a tool, I say you just establish a horizontal plane of reference with it. But I guess you'd say something different. Tell us what you've been taught to say in that thing. A level is a tool. I say a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Tell us what your statement would be, and tell us why you would disagree with that. Right, you see. Oh, Bebby's in the chat as well. See whether Bebby wants to press the button. Iridium, come on. Tell us who taught you that level is something other than. Here we go. Who taught you to come in here to tell me that my proof that level is horizontal isn't? Right? Where do you disagree with it? Like, I don't know. Just people keep talking nonsense, don't they?
Well, it's just more like just talk shit, but with nothing to back it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, isn't that 5 years of that?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yep.
They've got nothing. No rebuttal. Oh, what have we got going on in the chat here? Let's see, what have we got? Bebby's doing a map with some straight lines on it. Has it got a scale? Looks like it's got a scale on it. Is that what he's coming straight in with?
Probably.
Who knows? But if he'd like to come in, we got time.
Yeah.
We can
Yeah.
talk it out. I don't know what he's trying to prove with the map, though. I'm thinking he made a map.
Prove anything. He's just showing you a map. Like, look,
I think it might be his map. I'm not sure if he made it or not. So
no,
curious.
He's not a cartographer. Though.
I don't know what he does in his spare time, but hopefully he can come in. Discuss it. That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Like a hobby. Cartographer is a hobby. I could see that. Maybe.
2024, you can be anything you want now.
Maybe.
Just say it.
Yeah.
I'm not leaning on my certificate, Iridium. I'm just telling you, I've been sat in the classrooms. I've been taught these things. I know.
I'd be willing to bet.
Go on.
I'd be willing to bet that Betty is intelligent enough to become a cartographer if he wanted to. That's what I believe. But if he ever wants to come in and discuss it, he can. Prove us all wrong, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay. Iridium's calling me a liar. That might be the end of it. Come in chat. If you want to call me a liar, Iridium, at least
Rachie.
have the balls to come into the Discord and say it to me, so everyone else can hear you. Because if you carry on doing that in the chat, then you've got to go.
He can't, because he's triggered that you have a proof that he can't take away somehow. I mean, it's pretty simple to take it away, don't you think? You just show a level that's not horizontal. That's all. Should be quite simple.
Just a lot of weak people.
Well, no, Iridium. Nobody's saying that. All we're saying is, Iridium, that I've actually been in the classes and I know how these tools work. I mean, you, on the other hand, have zero experience of surveying and are just typing shit in the text chat. That's the truth of the matter. The experience is all here, and you've got none. Just talking shit. But I mean, we know that's the best that you've always had. And you have been obsessed with us. I mean, how long have you been following us for, Iridium? How many different accounts have you had over the years? Oh, huge ass. No. It's just a fact of reality that horizontals are parallel to each other. I would say huge ass. I would say that you're the one that's stuck in the thing, because this is another thing that happens in reality. This is something that occurs in the real globe. Everybody knows that horizontals are parallel. Is provable too. You can't falsify it. And that's what you'd be required to do. Should you say it's not true, you would have to falsify the fact that horizontals are parallel to one another.
You see, but that's not how it works in 2024, Bev. You just falsify it with a statement, and then you get other people to peer review, quote unquote, your statement. And you say, yeah, that's right. Sounds right. Yep. And that's how it's done. That's how you turn a truth into a lie, or a proof into a not proof, I guess. A not that. I don't know.
Right, Iridium. Look, I'll say this again. I have talked to surveyors, and every surveyor that I have ever talked to agree that level is horizontal. Right? I'm not calling them morons. I'm saying they're honest people. They work. That's their jobs. They know that level is horizontal. And they know that level is horizontal on the real globe. Because they deal with it all the time. I'm not the one that's calling them morons. Once again, I'm having to stick up for actual professional people who do their job, from some actual nutter in the chat. I think that's about time for him to be going. I'll ban you myself. I don't ban many people, Iridium, but you put user in timeout.
It might not be healthy for him. I think you're doing him a service. I think you're doing him a good
you out because you never know. But next time you come in, call me a liar. You're gone for good. That's it. deleted. No, it's not. It's got nothing to do with flat Earth, Hugh. I mean, it's people like you that try to bring this false dichotomy into it. All horizontals being parallel is just a fact of reality. It's not flat Earth, because there's a vertical change in elevation. There's an elevation change. And when everybody knows, whenever there's an elevation change, it's not flat. So that's how we know it's not flat, because it's measured so. So we know that whatever you're talking about is your delusion of flat Earth, Hugh. Not ours. I'm trying to make a brew. I'll put a bit of music on for you, Hugh. Do you want to hear a new?
You should do one of your new.
Yeah.
If P then, or was it
Globe proof?
Yeah, globe
proof. Right now.
If G then G. If G then G.
Do you want proof of Tis Globe, Beddy, or no Beddy? I think we'll give you the Beddy, right? There you go. Listen to this. This is the globe proof that we have. Obviously, nobody else has this. Hugh doesn't have any globe proof. Iridium, he didn't have any globe proof. That's why they get threatened about level being horizontal, because they have no globe proof of their own, whereas we do. We have this globe proof. It's definitely not flat. Where everyone can see it's not flat. So you want some Globjik globe proof, or some, well, we can deal with the other one, but here's a bit of music. That's globe. I mean,
What would that
be? Well, you're the logician. And now we
I'm not
jokingly
apparently.
call
You
you
said-
the proofless logician.
No, you said
Oh,
a few
sorry,
months
the
ago I
proofless
wasn't a logician at
dogmatician.
all. Right, okay. You said I wasn't a logician, remember?
Well, yeah, like I say, you're proofless.
Yeah.
So that doesn't, you
No,
can't
you-
really,
you actually
can't
said I
really
wasn't.
be a logician without
Fair
any
enough,
proof,
so-
can you?
Right, so there's no point asking me.
Well, I know, yeah, because you haven't got any. I mean, that's obvious. I said, like, you haven't got any, but we have. Like, we're the only ones with this proof of globe.
Yeah, so I asked, so what is that?
What, the proof of
What
the
is your proof
globe?
of the globe?
Well, it's dogmatic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone knows tis globe. It has been shown that with Globjik everything and anything can be linked to tis globe. Geometry axioms 4, 5, and 6. Therefore, all existing proofs within reality can also be used to prove the real globe by extension of these basic simple axioms that everyone knows to be unquestionably true. Real-world practical uses of Globjik can be shown thus. In the real world, it is thought to be known as tis globe. Yet anything that can be proved to be true in the real world can be used by progression of these universally changing axioms to be proved by axiomatic extension of the real globe. What follows is some Globjik proof of globe. Logic states if G then G, and if G and G then G, therefore it can be proved directly by and globe, and globe, and globe, and globe, and globe, or indirectly by, it's not flat, and globe, it's not flat, therefore tis globe, or if it's not flat, then it's not flat, then it's definitely globe. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore tis globe. Rest assured that we will continue to progress the proofs of globe. Globus trollens, the globe that affirms by affirmation. Globus trollens, if tis G, then not flat, therefore tis globe. So starting with the premise tis globe, we can say, if the reality we live in is tis globe, tis G, then the reality we live in could not be flat, just not flat. reality we live in is not flat, not fast, then the reality we live in must be tis globe. The reality we live in has been proven to not be flat, but then not fast. Therefore the reality we live in has to be tis globe. Tis globe, confirmation by Globus Bollens, Globus Bollendo Trollens. The globe that affirms by denial of affirmation. If that, then not that, not that, not therefore that. Starting with the major premise that tis globe, we can say if that reality we live in is tis globe, then the reality we live in can't be not that, not that, not that. Through logical deduction, since it's clear to everyone that ever existed in the known universe that tis globe, the natural conclusion is that tis globe cannot be at the same time both be that tis globe and not that, not tis globe. Therefore that must be that tis globe. Rest assured that we will continue to progress the proofs of globe. Be at peace with your globe.
We're back again.
Mm-hmm.
Tis globe. How many other people have made a song about the proofs of globe? Because we are the ones with the proof of globe. Anyone wants to come in? We don't, as we've always said, we don't hand out these proofs over the YouTubes. Come in. You're free to record it or whatever, But we don't do these public displays of proof because it's a personal thing. It's a one-on-one type thing. There's a lot of backwards and forwards that needs to be done in order for people to converse, because there's a lot of rhetoric involved within this sort of stuff, and anybody's welcome to come on in Discord on the level. Tom doesn't like the song of Proof of Globe. How could you? It's because you're jealous, isn't it, Tom? You have no proof. Don't worry about it. Not many people have. It's a trilogy. There are 3 of them that go together. Soon to come with the thing. I've got to write it out. Yeah, where everybody's just an individual. It's just people talking. Everybody's allowed to have their own opinions about whatever, and the only way we're ever going to sort these things out is if people can have the balls to come and talk about it. Hugh's one of those ones. You can come in and have a chat. And no, Hugh, you cannot label me as a woman. It's not okay. I'm not having that. Well, why do people have to put labels on people?
I don't know.
It doesn't make any difference, really.
I'll label you as a flat earther, you as a globe, you as a woman, whatever.
To keep them in the box they're supposed to be in, so they can be ridiculed or propped up or what have you.
So sort of like playing in the sandbox like a 5-year-old.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tom didn't like the dancing in the video.
Why? That was fantastic. Unity.
The industrial
were bringing
grunge.
people together.
Maybe the industrial grunge he doesn't get.
Yeah, but how can you not like that? The idea that you would get a certain group of people that don't historically get along with another group of people that historically don't get along with another group of people, and you have them all dancing to the same tune. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Tis
You
globe.
mean the industrial grunge dancers don't get on well with people?
No, I mean those particular groups of people, you know.
They get along well with each other because they
Yeah,
were
yeah.
dancing to the same tune.
And that's what I'm saying. We're bringing unity.
Well,
Unity under tis globe. I love it.
Yeah.
unity. What? Unity in diversity.
Yeah.
We're stronger together.
I tell you what, Hugh, you want to put labels on people. I'll take the label person with globe proof or proof of globe. I'll have that label. Willing to debate you if you want. If you don't believe us, if you want to take a flat Earth opinion, Hugh, come on in. Tell us how Nathan Oakley manages to measure the Earth flat. If you don't believe it is globe,
we can go the other way too. Proof that Earth's not flat. We can go that way as well.
Oh, yeah. We've got proof that the Earth's not flat.
Yep.
Why wouldn't anybody want to come here? You've got proof of globe,
Mm-hmm.
proof the Earth's not flat.
Mm-hmm.
People still are hating.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Careful,
hate,
Busters. So somebody might think that you're just exposing the false dichotomy. I mean, how dare you?
Well, I would just say don't hate. They should participate.
I think Hugh thinks I'm Eric DeBay. I'm not Eric DeBay, you know.
I don't know why you're bothering talking to Hugh, because we know who Hugh is.
Oh,
it's just one of the
man.
usual trolls that can't actually have their normal account in here. They have to have like a silly name, anonymous
he's got
account.
a thing, hasn't he? It's Ranties, mate. He's got a YouTube channel. He's one of the big, the new up-and-coming Globe Defender guys. He's obviously jealous. He's
no, he's not.
Yeah, he
No,
is.
he's not. No, that account was made this year, Bev.
Oh, right. Yeah, but I mean, he's probably made it this year to do that. They get pushed by the guys, right? They need people like you around.
It's probably Trillion or Bendy Light, one of those kind of people.
Yeah, that's his Expo says that's his real name. Mummy and Daddy Jazz. Thought, Hugh, that'll be one.
He'll make lots of friends with that name. He won't get picked on in school at all. Don't worry about it.
Perfect for the Jazz family. Yeah, I think it's like what they do is because we've obviously been telling them for years that we're not flat earthers, right? Well, I've been saying I'm not a flat earther. Now that obviously we've done the research, come up with the proofs, and we've been telling everybody it's definitely not flat, right? If there's one thing that we can all agree on, it's that the Earth is not flat. Whether you're a surveyor or a glober or a flat earth, it doesn't really matter. Everyone agrees it's not flat. We've been trying to get people to do this, and now that we've got a proof of globe, they're all coming out, aren't they? Because well, I think it's going to start a trend off. Obviously, more people are going to want to have their own proof of globe. Is that right, Chi? Are you... What's that say? So what you are saying is that walls prove the globe? Got it. Globe confirmed. Walls prove globe. Makes sense.
Welcome, Rachie.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just wanted to ask you a few questions, that's all.
Yeah. We've been wanting to have a chat with you for a fair few years now. I remember Sleeping Warrior
Yeah.
used to be around here. He used to be around here hassling Emma. And then Emma upset him. And then I think he left and went to go and chat with you, I think.
Sure, couldn't tell you.
So he didn't say anything about us, did he not?
No, as far as I can remember now.
Okay. So, but you have obviously heard things about us here. Or have you
Only
not?
that, like you're not a flat earther. Like that you called a flat like sometimes you're called a flat earther, but you're not a flat earther.
Yeah,
That's
everybody
barely.
wants to call me a flat earther because I think it's because I have proof. And, you know, like most of the globe people, they say there is no proof. So obviously, if you tell a globe person that says that there is no proof, that you have proof, they think, you know, for some reason, you're a flat earther. I don't know. I don't work it out because no flat earthers don't have proof either. It's weird, isn't it?
So if you're not a flat
Is that me?
earther,
No, she's roboting a little bit.
you're not a
Actually,
glober. What exactly are you?
I'm just Bev
that?
living in
I'm a
reality.
roboting.
Yeah, you are a bit. Comes in and out. I'm just somebody who can see the false dichotomy that's being laid out, and I can't have contradictions. I guess that's what I'm somebody who acknowledges that there are no contradictions within reality. So if I see a contradiction, I have to deal with it. And, you know, just somebody who's found epoche, I guess.
So if you say it's a false dichotomy, what's the third option?
You don't have to replace or give the third option. Right? There's many ways of knowing that it is a false dichotomy, right?
Sure, but then if there's a false dichotomy, there should be a third option.
Well, there
right?
is. There's reality.
So what is reality?
The reality's reality. Since flat Earth can be proved false.
Yeah.
And I don't know, because I've proved that level is horizontal. Now, people say that that's flat Earth, and now I can't work that out because I proved that level is horizontal in reality. And we can prove that the Earth's not flat.
How did you prove that level is horizontal?
Well, the actual proof is a proof within Euclid. We decided to realize Euclid. So we took Euclid's, you know, you've heard of the elements, Euclid. Right?
Can't say I have.
You can't say you have. It's the foundations of mathematics. All modern day mathematics can be drawn back to this first principles. That's what Euclid did. He wrote this book that has the fundamentals of geometry and number. right? Within this formulation, it's an axiomatic system built within for the foundations of mathematics. And in book 11, he goes to solid geometry. That's the reality part, because all of the other bits of geometry, the fundamentals, are all built within abstract, two-dimensional sort of bit. But solid geometry is built upon 3 dimensions, and within 3 dimensions is the same as reality. So all we did was we went to prove the first proposition within book 11, the solid geometry, to prove that a straight line lies within a plane. You with us?
Yeah.
Right, now we use the geometric principles within the book to prove this in reality. Now, in reality, there's a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. So what we did was we used water levels and the geometric principles of Euclid to show that this straight line lies within the plane. So we use water levels within reality.
An auto level?
Pardon?
Did you say an auto level or a water level?
Water level. Well,
water level. Okay.
2 water levels, actually. And so we use the Euclidean principles to show that a straight line lies within a plane by showing that no 2 straight lines can share a common segment.
And how does the water level do that?
Well, the water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right?
I don't know. Did you prove that? How did you prove that?
To show that the geometric principles of the straight line follows through the geometric understanding of Euclid in reality, and they all followed with the actual water level, the practical.
So how did the water level show a straight line? How did you prove that?
Well, you'd have to be able to go through the geometric understanding, and we're not ready to do that now, right? This is a live show. But if you do want to come through and you want to go over it, I'll be fully happy to do that.
To be fair, you played the song point A to point B.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know whether she
Yeah,
heard
but
that
if
earlier.
you're saying that a water level shows horizontal, that it shows a straight line, I'm just wondering how you did that. Can you not tell me how you did that? Because this is like what you're claiming. Can you not tell me how you use the water level?
The geometric principles.
To show a straight line?
Let me we've got a straight line, right? And did I get the GIFs going? Hopefully I did. Right, see this? There you go. Here's a GIF. Right, see? You see that? That's a water level with 4 points in it, right?
Is that on your stream? Because I'm not seeing that.
It's in the live chat in the Discord.
In the live chat, okay. Let me have a look.
This is like step 1. So the water level is the tool that's been designed like that, and it's got a break at the half point and then a break of the half point halfway. So you've got...
Is that with the compass and the circle, yeah?
Yeah. Right, so the compass and the circle, that's geometry. Right? That's the principles of geometry to show the straight line.
Okay, but how's this reality? This is just an image, a diagram.
Yeah, the blue thing in front of it, the blue thing in front of it is the water level. Right?
Yeah, but this is just a diagram. This isn't anything in reality. So how did you show this in reality, that water level shows a straight line?
The geometric principles of this Vesica Pisces setup, right, can be extended geometrically to extend that straight line. As can the water level. Now the water level's been broke up into those particular points to show that these geometric principles also follow of the straight line.
Okay, but all you're showing me is a graphic, which isn't reality. So how did you prove this in reality?
By doing this test, this very test of that water
Okay,
level.
can you show me this test where you did this and you know you showed that these
Right,
water
see-
levels show a horizontal straight line?
See the way this shared straight line of that GIF there.
But that's still not reality. That's not showing me in reality. That's
But
just a picture drawn.
That's the geometric principles of Euclid about the
It
straight
might
line.
be, but you haven't shown this in reality.
Yeah, we got the water levels right now. The water levels can be positioned next to each other, and they will follow this directly. The direct principles of this geometric understanding can be replicated
No evidence of that.
in reality. You can do it. Can be replicated within reality using water levels. The very
Okay,
tools,
so you
right?
have evidence of that.
I've got a water level, yeah, so we've done the test. As can you. You can do it too.
Okay, so where's your evidence of that?
The water level.
Of the water level showing a straight horizontal line.
Bev, you show it. They don't have to do it themselves.
No.
You need to prove it.
Yeah, I've
or you
already
need to
done
show
it.
it. You know what? I know. I've watched you do it.
Mhm.
But they don't have to. They just need you to do it for them.
Yeah, you live in the UK, right, Ratey?
Yep,
Okay. Have you ever been to Bedford?
I haven't now.
Would you be willing to go to Bedford? Were
If I
there
could
to
get there
be
at some
some
point.
sort of a test?
Possibly, if I
that
could
was
get
done?
there, yeah.
Because obviously Robotham did a test, right? Have you heard of that?
Yep. Yep, definitely, yep.
Have you heard of Wallace?
Can't say I have.
Oh. He was the one that rebutted Robotham.
Okay.
Have you heard of Rumpus?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard of Rumpus's rect test? I don't know what happened to that. I don't know what happened to Rumpus, but he was meant to be doing his rect test also at Bedford.
So we're on 4 years now.
Yeah.
We're starting the fourth year, I think, of
I
that.
hope
Yeah,
he's
I've
all
heard
right.
he's been doing the test, but I haven't seen him around much, so.
Yeah, he seems to have done a Jesse Kozlowski. No joke. But you know,
So, do you have your evidence?
have evidence that a water level is a device that establishes a horizontal plane of reference?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, it's a equal altitude. All points of a water level will be an equal altitude.
Okay, and where's your evidence of that?
Where's my
in
evidence of a water level? Right, so are you doubting it, or are you saying that you have evidence otherwise? Because it sounds like you have some sort of evidence that a water level is not a device for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Well, you're making the claim that it does, so I'm just asking you where your evidence of that is.
Well, check it. Have you ever Googled a water level?
Probably.
Right. Well, it'll tell you it's a device for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Have you ever Googled the shape of Earth? It tells you it's a globe, so
Yeah, it is
going by
globe.
that evidence.
Have you ever?
Yeah, so going by that evidence, it's a globe, right? If we want going by Google evidence.
Proof
right?
of tis globe. Yes, I've got it. Don't worry about it. We know the Earth's not flat.
So you agree to globe then?
Tis globe. Yes. Everybody knows tis globe.
Tis globe.
Okay, so it is a globe, right?
Right. Yes. But what we're talking about here is the fact that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Now that is a fact of reality that you have on your globe, right? I do.
No, that's the claim that you've made that I've asked evidence for.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you just said ask Google, and I can ask Google what the
Well,
shape
no,
of
you
Earth
can
is,
check
and
the
it's a globe, so-
definition.
But
You could go
but you-
to any surveyor and check with them.
You could actually do it yourself and go spend $20 and get a tube and fill it with water and check it yourself.
Yeah, but you can Google the definition of the Earth, and it's a globe. So
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, so
Yeah.
it's a
Okay.
globe.
Now,
Yeah,
what's globe?
Okay, so-
What's globe?
globe
Is-
is a sphere.
Okay. Now, does that say no? A sphere's a sphere. A globe would be called a sphere if it was a sphere, but it's not. It's called a globe, not a sphere.
Okay, so what's the difference between a globe and a sphere?
Well, a sphere
identity.
is a mathematical thing, right? Of all points equal distance from a point. That's not what we live on, is it?
Well, technically, they say if you actually Google it, it's really an oblate sphere. So technically, it's still a globe. So
Well, so it's not a sphere then.
an oblate sphere. It's still a sphere, just
What's
an
an oblate
one.
sphere? That's you know what that is?
No
One
such
that's
thing.
pointed at the
That's an
equator.
oxymoron, Rachie.
Geometrically, there's no such thing, Rachie.
It's just
It's either
oblate.
sphere or not sphere.
It's an oblate sphere.
Oblate makes it not a sphere.
No, it's still a sphere. It's just oblate.
It's an
No,
oxymoron.
no, I'm sorry. Oxymoron, yeah.
You're saying something that isn't a sphere is a sphere.
Yeah,
Can we
it's
go-
an oblate sphere. So it's like a sphere, but it's oblate sphere.
Mhm. Okay. So now, on this oblate sphere that you imagine you live on, does that tell you that levels can't be horizontal? Because that would be your model dictating something about reality. Is that why you have a problem with us being able to prove that level is horizontal?
No, I don't have a problem. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Like, you're making certain claims, so I'm asking you to back up those claims. So far, I've seen nothing.
Well, a
Other
lot
than
of flat,
Googling.
but a lot of flat earthers could say it's a flat plane, but it's topographical. So they have the same oxymoron you have, saying oblate spheroid as opposed to topographical plane. They're both oxymorons, and you both hold them. Just trying to
No,
point
they just
that
mean
out.
it's a flat Earth,
just
which would be it should be level Earth in their case, but with
There's
elevation
no such thing
changes.
as level Earth. That doesn't exist
But
either.
That's not
But
a
it
thing.
depends on what you're saying, doesn't it? On what your definition is. So to them, a flat
It's globe.
equals a level base with elevation changes. So it
It's
depends on
globe.
what context you're using certain
You
words.
could call it globe, couldn't you?
Well, it is a globe, isn't it?
There you go.
Yep.
So that thing that the flat earthers call a topographic plane, right? They should just call it a globe, right?
Or oblate.
Or
You
an
could say
oblate sphere,
yeah, topographical plane,
But-
oblate
but
spheroid, same thing.
It's an
No, 'cause the flat
oxymoron. It's a
earthers don't
contradiction in terms. You're
Well, no,
just
because the
saying
flat
a
earthers don't believe
nonsense.
water curves, whereas water does actually curve, doesn't it?
Pardon?
The flat earthers say that water doesn't curve around the curvature of the globe, but actually it does curve because they believe obviously it's flat, it's level kind of thing. So they don't believe the water curves, but it does, doesn't it?
The water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Now, there's no curve to a horizontal plane. Is there?
Okay, but you said it establishes horizontal, but where's your evidence of that?
Point A to point B from each end of the water level.
So if
Shortest
point A
distance
and
between 2 points, yeah.
There you go.
so if point A and point B was a curve, then it could curve, right?
But it wouldn't
How-
be the shortest distance between those 2 points, would it?
Oh, no, wait a minute. How is point A and point B a curve?
No,
But
if
they're
you drew a
points.
if you put a point and then put another point and you drew a curve between them, then it's obviously a curve, right?
It's not the shortest
Well, it's not the
distance.
shortest distance. Yeah.
Okay, so how did you prove that the water level follows the shortest distance?
Realising
Point A
Euclid test.
Point A to point B.
Using
Okay,
the
so where's your evidence of
midpoints.
that? So where's your evidence?
The Realising Euclid test. Like I said, I'm not able to give you the details of it here and now because, like I've said, publicly, I'm not going to publicly present the proof of the Realising Euclid test. It's already been done. I've attempted to do it with many different people. So if you're really interested in it, Rachel, come back when we're not live. Right? And I will run you through this from first principles, step by step.
Okay, but why wouldn't you publicly do it? What's your reasoning for not publicly doing it?
Because it takes too long, Rachel. We have to start at a beginning point that is way back, just to make sure that we can take you through it from first principles. And what time is it? It's late. It's getting late now. But if you're honestly truthful about this and you want to come and experience this proof from first principles, I'll run you through it all the way.
And that includes evidence that a water level is completely horizontal, establishes horizontal no matter the distance, right?
That's what a water level is. It's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, yes.
And you have evidence that in the real world,
it's a proof of globe,
actually,
yes.
It will prove a horizontal straight line no matter the distance, horizontal, right?
It's a proof of globe, yes.
Proof of globe or horizontal, which one is it?
The real globe that we all live on.
So you will prove water level will show horizontal no matter the distance. It will show a horizontal straight line no matter the distance.
Water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Yes. And that is something that happens on the real globe.
Okay, so if I come back at some point, we can arrange something. You can show me that evidence in the reality, in real world, not drawings.
Yeah, I'll show you how you can do it for yourself, yes.
That it will show a horizontal line from point A, no matter the distance, in reality.
Yes. Geometric.
It's a straight horizontal line all the way through.
Yes.
And you can prove that.
Geometrically, yes. And
that
in reality,
it would not follow a curve or anything.
Pardon? You can even come and...
That it would not follow a curve.
You can even come and experience it in reality. You live in the UK. So when we do it next, you can come and be witness to it. You can come and have a look. Check out all of the points that we're talking about.
Okay, we'll have to arrange something then.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that, because I don't believe that, but we'd like to see that. I'm open to changing my mind.
You don't believe that we'll show you, or you don't believe that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference?
I don't believe that you will be able to give me the evidence and show me the evidence of it showing horizontal water level, horizontal from point A to no matter the distance kind of thing, that it's horizontal.
Right. Okay, well, in reality, right, there are things that we can prove. Would you agree to that?
Yeah.
Okay. And obviously, the facts of reality, the things that are fundamental, like laws of nature, they would be the things that you would be able to prove, right? Positive proof. Because obviously, being able to prove like that QE's modus tollens, that he calls the black swan, is fallacious, right? That's a proof negative, right? You're proving somebody's talking shit by pointing out the fallacy. Those sort of proofs, they're quite easy, right? All anybody has to do is make a claim, and you can normally prove it false, right? As in the case of the Earth being flat, right? Easy to disprove the Earth being flat. But that's different than a positive proof. Like a positive proof would be like a way for you to be able to say, look, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to one another. That's a modus ponens, a positive proof.
And can you prove that?
That was a proof. You just heard it.
No, I heard you say something. I didn't see any proof of anything.
Well, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, right?
That's what you said. Yeah. That's nothing that you proved. You just claimed that. Yeah.
Well, no, it states if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Like, that's the if statement.
If, yeah. So you need to prove that, but yeah.
No, you don't have to prove that. You can do that,
Well,
right? You can establish a horizontal and say, is this horizontal parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Okay, if one horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, that doesn't make all horizontals. So you have to prove that all horizontals are
parallel to the
parallel.
plane of the...
Yeah.
Right, yeah. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, right, then all horizontals are parallel to one another. That's the statement.
Yeah, you need to prove that.
Well, the connection between the two, the connection between the two is the connection that all horizontals will be parallel. Right? As to date, Rachie, I've checked. Every horizontal that I've ever established has been parallel to the plane of the horizon. I've never found anybody that's ever found a horizontal that wasn't parallel to the plane of the horizon.
I've never
How did you establish the horizontal?
Pardon?
Level.
How did you establish the horizontal?
I've got a level.
I've never
got a level.
I've never had two levels that I established that were horizontal that weren't parallel in reality.
And what's the accuracy of that level and the distance with the accuracy?
The water level, perfect. Accuracy,
No matter the
100%.
Regardless of distance?
Absolutely, yes.
How did you prove that?
Prove it? Euclid test.
Yeah, how did you prove
Euclid.
it?
I proved it by a test called the Realising Euclid Test, which I will run you through if you want, geometrically. Because it's the only way you can prove things. Like, by saying that if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to one another, right? There's a bit in the middle there of this syllogism that we miss out. It's sort of like it's an enthymeme part, if you will, right? But it relates to Euclid. There are propositions within Euclidean geometry that state that if two straight lines are parallel to another straight line, then those two straight lines are parallel to each other. So that's hidden away.
How did you show those axioms to be true?
Pardon?
How did you show those axioms to be true?
Reductio ad absurdum.
What's that?
It's how you prove an axiom.
What's that? I don't know what that is. Can you explain what that is, please?
A reductio ad absurdum. Like, see, this is why we need to go through this proof from the beginning, first principles, because a reductio ad absurdum is a little bit later on down the line. It's a bit difficult to explain to somebody that doesn't really understand the fundamentals. So, well, I'll save that because that's the sort of it's the key point at the end. But you have to go along the train of thought, if you will.
I don't understand why you won't do this live to show everyone, the proof of the level, the water level showing horizontal.
The truth is,
yeah.
I've already done it. I don't think people noticed. I've been doing it for 5 years, and it obviously
could you link that in the chat or anything and
Pardon?
show it so I could go back and follow the links?
Yeah, you can come round and record it all if you want.
To be honest, I probably wouldn't know how to record it. I'm not very technical, boys.
You've got a YouTube stream, haven't you?
No, I have a YouTube channel that I do videos and I don't do live streams or anything like that.
Okay. You're not?
No.
Have you got a PC, a computer?
No, only my mobile phone.
Oh, right. Okay, you should get a PC.
Having the money.
I thought you Globers did quite well. Is there not like a big kitty for you?
No, unfortunately not.
I'm pretty sure that you did. Everybody did well out of it. I think they're kidding you, Rachel. I think they're getting you to do work for the Globe without paying you.
You know, I work for myself, kind of thing. You know what I mean? I do my own thing, so.
Well,
Why was a flat earther to begin with? I follow my own thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Like I say, I thought you came in with it. Was Sleeping Warrior one of your first people that you ended up talking to?
Yep.
Yeah. See, that's. And what's your idea of him? He's Flat Earth Society, right? He's not really a flat earther, is he?
Wouldn't say he's flat Earth Society. Wouldn't say he's 100% a flat earther, but he's not a glober either. I don't know what he is.
He's what I call Flat Earth Society. People within this that try to confuse, they throw confusion in because obviously it's a false dichotomy, right? There's reality, but that's the part that nobody ever really wants to talk about. Because the flat earthers just want to talk about the globe, and the globe earthers just want to talk about the flat. Nobody really wants to talk about the things that we should be able to agree on in reality.
Like what?
Well, like horizontal and vertical, they're perpendicular, right?
Horizontal from the same reference point or from different reference points?
Just horizontal and vertical, they're perpendicular.
So from my point right now, horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. From somebody else's point, how many miles away?
Horizontal
let's
and
say,
vertical
I don't
are
know,
perpendicular.
1,000 miles away. They're not
Well,
vertical
that's Buster.
and
Is horizontal and vertical, are they perpendicular, Buster, for you?
Yeah,
Oh,
from
yeah,
their
like-
from your own
Yeah, like,
reference point.
everything
but
that
comparing your reference point to somebody else's
So
reference
we
point, how
can
do you
all
prove?
agree on the fact that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
No, because
What
put
do
it
you
this
mean
way.
no?
Let's say you right now, right? You've got your horizontal and your vertical, yeah?
Yeah.
I've got and they are perpendicular. Yeah.
Okay, now let's say, I don't know, someone in Australia. Let's say, where's Wally? He's in Australia. Let's say he's got his vertical and his horizontal. How did you prove his vertical and his horizontal was the same as your vertical
No, it's just
and
that
your
they are
horizontal?
perpendicular. The relationship between vertical and horizontal is perpendicularity.
That's how it's the
Or your reference point, yeah. But what about somebody else's reference point?
Everywhere.
Is that the same?
It doesn't matter. Everyone's reference point, horizontal and vertical, are always perpendicular from whichever reference point you want to put yourself at.
But are they?
Richie, you're coming from a point of appealing to authority. You're already assuming that the Earth is round from your
How did I
example, and you
appeal to
can't do
authority?
that.
How did I appeal to authority? Please explain that.
Because you're already assuming that the other point that you're going to take these measurements are already not flat or level or whatever the fuck word you want to use.
That would be a presupposition, not an appealing to authority.
We're just talking about horizontal and vertical being
Hold on,
perpendicular.
Ben. Hold on, Ben. You are appealing to authority because you are taking it from the assumption that somebody has already done this.
Done what?
So
How you would prove that? How would you prove that my horizontal and my vertical was the same as somebody else's horizontal and vertical? That's all I
Nobody
asked.
said they're the same. We
I
just said
know.
we
I
can
didn't say
agree.
they was the same. I just asked if you could prove they was the same. That's all. If you either have evidence of that, or you can even prove that, or you can't. That's all I was asking.
Look, the vertical that you have there, a plumb bob, is not the same as my plumb bob that I have here because they're two different plumb bobs. All we were saying is the things that we can agree on is vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. It's a positive statement.
You got to back up, like you got to like digress the conversation back to geometric principles. And if you don't hold the right framework of critical thinking, then I mean, who knows where your mind's gonna go.
Well, this is why I came in here, to ask for the evidence and to ask for the proof. But apparently, it can't be done publicly and things like that. So I'm apparently going to have to wait for that. So
But where's your what's the framework you hold as
the
your
framework that I hold, basically at the minute, I'm coming in with no bias whatsoever. I'm literally asking you to prove claims and things that you make. So, and now I'm
Yeah,
being
but
told that, you know, you can't prove this, you can't show this yet, especially publicly and things like that, and it's gonna have to wait till another time. So, what else can
yeah,
I do? I'm coming in with no bias, asking certain
okay,
questions.
that's fair enough. There's like
Yeah.
nobody. I'm not. I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying you have to have a framework of your thinking. Like you have to know where your critical thinking lies. Like what is the basis of who taught you how to think? Like how are
Nobody taught me
you
how to think.
right? Exactly. So like you have to have a framework to build upon. And what is
But
that
that's like saying,
framework?
if somebody taught you how to think, then you're going to think in this way, and if somebody else taught you how to think in a different way, then you're going to think in that way. So somebody teaching you how to think in one way compared to another way is going to automatically be a bias. I wasn't taught how to think. I think for myself. Yeah. If you can show me one thing, or somebody else can show me another thing, then obviously I'll take that on board and see where that logic leads me. I don't go off
But
nobody else's thinking.
but you're only going to ever have your own proof when you do things for yourself and you build a framework of something. Like
Now, see, reality proves things.
it
So
does.
it's what we can do in reality, and this is what I was
Yes.
asking you. And I
That's what
was
we've
told
done.
we can't.
I've
No, because
I,
that's you're saying that's what we've done, but I've asked for that, and it's like I can't show you this. I can't show you publicly another
I
time.
I
So
said
okay, that's fair enough.
I
I'll wait
said
for another time.
Hang on, Buster.
no.
Can I jump in a minute? Can I jump in a
Yes,
minute?
yeah.
What, like we've been through this years ago, Rachie. Nobody cared at the time. We have stuff in the background. There's videos. There's footage. But at this moment in time, at 11 p.m. on a Friday night, when we're in the middle of a live show, Bev having to get that stuff together just because you wish to see it right now is a little
I
bit
think a lot of
unrealistic
people
of
would.
you.
Well, I think a lot of people would be interested in that, but that's
Yeah,
fine.
no,
We don't have to do it right now.
nobody's interested, Rachie. Do you know how we went into Geos? We've been everywhere trying to talk to people about this. Nobody wanted to know for years and years. And now suddenly you come in demanding answers and that we should have everything together right now for you. If you'd like to see it and talk about it and go through it, fine. But you can't just demand, here, lay it out for me right this second. That's not really how it works.
Well, just real quick.
I said I would wait for another time, but the thing is, you're saying that, oh, you've been waiting for Geo or this person or that person.
I
You've
never
been
said we
trying
were
for how
waiting
long?
for you. I said we went, right? We've
Yeah.
done. Yeah, you came in right at sort of, I don't know where you came in and you started talking to Sleeping Warrior and did your own thing, and which is fair enough. But you avoided us for so long until right now. You've avoided us for years.
The
And I
thing is,
don't
you
know
said
why.
you've
That's
gone
your
this place or
prerogative.
you've gone that place, and you've
Yeah.
wanted to show these
You
people, or
come
you
in and
wanted to show
talk,
that
that's
people,
fine, we'll have a
and yet you don't
conversation.
even have
But
it
you're
available when
sitting in
actually
your
people are
car
interested.
right now going, show me proof, show me proof. We can only show you what we've done. You need to go and find the proof for yourself.
And that's what I was
Emma,
asking
wait.
for, what you've
Well,
done. So show me what you've done there.
Rachie, hang on just a second. This is like I've been in this server for a while. I've learned a whole lot. I've learned how to think more critically, and in being in here, I went and spent I spent $80 on a water level, but I do things practically as a builder, and I used an actual water level to establish a horizontal. Like I used it myself. That whole point A to point B, the geometric principles, those things hold true. It doesn't matter if I show it to you. I could show you a million pictures of me doing those things until you do it for yourself. It's all for naught.
I'm not one of those people who claim that you have to do everything for yourself in order to believe it. You know what I mean? I'm not one of those people who calls everybody liars.
In
If
order
I
to
don't do it
gain a
myself, or if
proof,
I haven't
though,
given it
Rachie,
to
it's
myself, everyone's a
necessary.
liar.
Look, me being in here, I went through all the videos, all of the YouTube stuff myself. Like I even bought a P900, P1000, all those things. Like spent all that money, but the most intellectual property that I own myself through this process was spending $80 on a water, and you don't even have to spend that much on it. It's like $20 to get a clear tube and put water in it and just see what happens for yourself.
And how long was your water level?
I have a 100-meter one. Bev has 400, which I wish I could do myself, but I just haven't done it. But I actually have one that's 100 meters.
So let's do the if P then Q. If the Earth was a globe, how much curvature, how much from horizontal would you expect that water level to change?
If the
From
Earth,
horizontal.
if the Earth was a spherical object, right? Because you can't say if the Earth was a globe, because
Why can't I?
a globe's undefined, isn't it?
It's not a sphere.
It's not really a geometric
Okay.
shape, is it?
If Modest Tollens then, if the Earth was an oblate spheroid, or if the Earth had any curvature, you can change to whatever you want. If the Earth had any curvature whatsoever, and it was a rate of 24,901 miles in circumference, how much curvature from horizontal would I expect over 100 meters?
Yeah, that sounds like when QE made his Modus Tollens. Were you around for that, or were you around? That's when you first came in, right? Wasn't it? About that sort of time.
I think it was 2020 that I came in.
There you go. Checking the live chat. Here's an argument, because I said QE's made a mess of that thing. Here's how you simplify an logical argument, right? So I think this is what QE meant before he put out his fallacious Modus Tollens to fool the flat earthers with. And this one says, if the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q. Would you agree with that? If P, then Q. Antecedent, consequent relationship.
Yeah, but there would be a rate to that you'd also have to apply.
It's like curvature.
Sorry, what?
Oh, it's just curvature, right?
No, you'd have to apply a rate to that curvature.
Why?
Because it would curve a certain amount over a certain amount of distance, so...
Yeah, well, the result is that a water
You
level
can't
is a
just, like,
tool
get a
for
glass of
establishing
water.
a horizontal plane of reference, not Q.
Right,
No, there's
but
no
you
curvature.
can't just get a glass of water and say the curve of the Earth is involved in that. How much curvature would you expect in a glass of water? How much would you expect the Earth to
How
curve
much curvature?
over the
How
size
much
of a glass of
curvature
water?
would you put in a horizontal plane of reference?
It depends on how far your apparent horizontal plane of reference is.
Okay,
So
well,
you
let's say
curve
it's 400 meters. How much curve would you put in a horizontal plane of reference? Of
I'd have to do
400
the maths
meters.
on that. I couldn't say off the top of my head, to be honest. I'd have to do the maths on that.
How do you express curvature?
Yeah.
Mathematically.
Well, you could do it via drop, or you could do it via degrees.
Well, that's a slope, isn't it?
No, you could do it from drop from horizontal.
Yeah, but that's a slope. That's how you measure a slope. A rise over run. Right? Drop or raise from horizontal, right?
I need you to define
an incline. You'll see that on the side of hills, right?
No, that's different to curve.
That's what I mean. How do you express curve? It's obviously not like that, because that just expresses a slope. How do you express a curve?
Well, it would be like with the globe when you do the 8 inches per mile squared for the amount of curve, the amount of drop.
Yeah, but
from
what
horizontal.
does that mean?
From horizontal, not curve.
What does that mean, though? Mathematically, what does 8 inches per mile squared mean?
It means that if you, for example, your apparent water level that does horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
So if you had a horizontal line,
yeah,
if you do 8 inches per mile squared, it would drop 8 inches, per mile squared from that horizontal line that you've established.
Did you hear the Emma song, the A to B?
I can't say I did.
Because we call that the on the level thought experiment, right? To imagine 2 points at an equal altitude and the line between them.
Which is apparently what your water level does, right? So you don't
Straight
really
line,
need to
yeah.
imagine it according to your water level, right?
A horizontal plane of reference, yes.
Yeah, so in your world, it wouldn't be imaginary, would it? Because apparently you can do that.
Yeah, because that's what a water level is, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to we'll have to keep in touch or something, and we'd have to try and arrange something either for the Bedford level, or when showing evidence, because obviously you don't want to do that now and stuff. So we'll have to arrange something and discuss it another time, I
You
suppose.
can look on the channel. Like, we've done loads. It's all been out there. In fact, even obviously, I couldn't record it when we were actually doing the test because I was at the canal doing the test. So I can't record and put that out live because I'm out, on the canal.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care if it's a video. It doesn't have to be live.
Anybody
If
could
you
have
could,
been in here because that's what we did. I recorded it live. Well, I didn't record it. I broadcasted it live as we were doing it to the Discord. And we told people all they had to do was come into this Discord and they would have been able to see what we were doing all day.
Yeah, well, if you can, I don't know, either link me something in Discord or link something in the chat right now on the YouTube, I can follow the links and hopefully, either then or we can arrange
Have a
something
look.
or go over
It's
it or
called
whatever.
onthelevel.live. It's a website.
Is that on your YouTube? Yeah.
It's a website. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. On the level.live, right?
Yeah.
And it's on there.
Not the Realising Euclid, no, but all of the lead up to it and the principles involved in it, yes, it's all on there.
So will evidence of a horizontal plane, no matter the distance, water level showing horizontal plane.
If you want to look at the 12 steps to T-shirt logic and look over that, because that's what we say. They're the 12 principles that'll lead you from a base understanding of the point in reality to the understanding of the water level establishing a horizontal plane. And then from there, we can progress the proofs. Right? But they're like what we call the definitions. And the proofs can be progressed from there. Right? You don't
and can I ask what the
prove
maximum distance was that you did that?
Pardon?
Can I ask what the maximum distance was that you apparently proved this, shown evidence of this?
The maximum distance for what? The water level?
Oh, yeah.
My one was 400 meters, and Spot On's was 400 meters. So we had a 200 meter overlap. So the total distance 600 meters for the water levels.
Okie just so I can run some numbers, that's all, based on the globe model, you know what I mean? But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to, we did it at the side of a canal that runs from Liverpool to Lee. Is it Lee? Just before Wigan. It's like a total of 27 miles, that is. It's 27 miles of canal. But I think as the crow flies, direct is about 15, I think. You want to crunch some of those numbers.
It's just funny that you
was able to show it was completely horizontal, no curvature, no drop from horizontal, nothing, right?
No hump, no drop.
The canal was man-made, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, I'll have to have a look at that and have a look at your website and things. Yeah, I appreciate the chat anyway, nonetheless.
Take the arguments away. I've got another one, right? Yeah, this is, I'm quite proud of this one. This one I call the argument. you might want to check that one out. See what your boys think. Did I see a wolf pack thing on your the bottom the corner of your channel? Are you like have you told
Yep,
them?
you've seen a wolf pack thing on the corner of the channel. Yep.
Yeah, have you told them
Told them what?
that you're using their thing?
I was granted permission to use the thing.
Ooh. They must be struggling, you know. Ruhif told us that only Australians are allowed in it. So are you Australian or?
Apparently, yeah, a lot of people think I'm Australian, so yeah. Apparently, my voice sounds Australian to a lot of people, which is weird, but yeah.
So
I also sound Irish, apparently, and a lot of different things, but yeah.
Yeah. So Ruhif's changed his mind because he said he'd never let anybody that wasn't Australian into the wolf pack.
Maybe I can pass for an Australian. Who knows?
Could I just ask, Rachie? Sorry, I haven't spoken to you before. From what I know about you, the story goes you were on the flat Earth side, and then you notoriously moved back to the globe, or whether it was back or you're on the globe side. And I wondered in that transition if you came across or you were offered some proof that gave you the assurance that it was a globe.
That's why I went back to the globe. Without globe evidence, I wouldn't have gone back to the globe.
What was that? What was the evidence or the proof that convinced you of that?
Well, you got the angles to Polaris. You've got the fact that it drops 69 per 69 miles. It drops 1 degree. You've got the fiber optic and mechanical gyros showing the precession of Earth, the rotation of Earth. You've got you've got so many proofs. I've just my mind's gone blank now when you're asking me. But I've actually done a lot on my channel. Why is my
No,
mind
it's just
gone
that
blank?
you were asking for proof of the water level and horizontal, and I wondered, because Oakley would say that angle to Polaris and latitude and the 169 miles per 1 degree proves it's a flat Earth. In fact, he says that's what he measures the flat Earth with. So, that's a kind of a joint proof
Well, I
by the
think we
sounds
all
of it.
agree that Oakley's an idiot and that Oakley is a grifter. So
Yeah, there's lots of those around. It's just I was wondering about what if you wanted proof, looking for proof of a horizontal and a water level, establishing a horizontal reference. I wondered what kind of hard proof there was you had of the globe, curve, distance, and all that kind of stuff, or that horizontal couldn't be established.
Horizontal, if you could show me, horizontal being established over a sufficient distance where the curvature of the Earth would be an issue at that point, and it's still horizontal, then obviously we've got some kind of issue going on, haven't we?
Yeah, because earlier you sort of said, that my horizontal wouldn't be the same as your horizontal, for instance.
Yeah, if the Earth is globe, if the Earth
And
is
that they
sphere,
wouldn't be parallel.
Yeah,
And so
if we all agree the Earth is a sphere, or if the Earth is an oblate sphere or the globe, whatever, because apparently people have problems with different words. But whatever, if we agree on consensus, let's say, one horizontal would not be the same as a different horizontal, or vertical, and vice versa.
So that's kind of based on agreement, not a proof of anything. It's not a proven thing, just an agreement that it is like that.
Well, there's a lot of evidence that it is like that, but if you could show a horizontal being established,
Yeah, but it's like you said, you can Google that the Earth's a globe. There's a lot of that stuff around that isn't actually proof of anything.
Right, but the only reason I said you can Google that is because Bev said to Google what a level is. So if you Google what a level is, why can't you Google what the Earth is? So if he accepts evidence that Googling a level means
I didn't say Google. I said check out the definition for it.
I'm pretty sure you said the word Google, but we could go back and check that. But I'm pretty sure you said Google.
Yeah, but so far in my journey, I haven't seen proof of my horizontal not being parallel with your horizontal, for instance, and that they are, everybody has their own horizontal that isn't in relation to anybody else's. I don't have any proof of that, certainly.
Do you have any
And I
proof
hear
that
people
it is?
talk about that, but I haven't seen anybody prove that with any tool or other than it's said, and like you say, it was consensus of people just saying it is that, and there's no proof
Give
to
you one
that.
proof of that, actually.
Sorry?
I can give you a proof of that, actually.
That's been done.
I can give you an observation, yeah. That can be done by anybody, pretty much. And if you've got people in different locations, it's easy to prove, yeah.
Not just by looking, you mean?
Yeah, like if you was to look at Polaris at the equator, like it's pretty, and it's like on the horizon, and then you got somebody underneath Polaris or near enough under Polaris, where it's pretty high up in the sky. If it's at your horizontal, if it's up in the sky for somebody else, it's no longer their horizontal, so your horizontal is clearly different from their horizontal, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but
Why wouldn't you say that?
by looking at a light in the sky, you could establish your horizontal to my horizontal. And
could be different in
Oh, yeah.
elevation, though, right? These horizontals could be different in elevation or in different in altitude.
Well, yeah, but if they're parallel, and if you have Polaris on your
All
horizon,
horizontals
and
are
then
parallel, yeah.
yeah, but hold on, if you have a Polaris on your horizon, your horizontal, say the horizon,
I can't talk about Polaris, not with Sean Hawkins present. I've made a vow. You'll have to talk to Elder Bear about this. I've made a pact with the hawk.
Well, let's
But
say
again,
you have something on your horizontal, but then that same thing is, say, I don't know, 75 degrees up in the sky for me. Is that my horizontal? No. So how is that? How is my horizontal the same as your horizontal? If you're seeing something that whatever it is, and it's on your horizontal, but then up above me it's 75 degrees in the sky or whatever, how is that my horizontal? It's not, is it?
No, it's just an angle into an elevation
We have different
angle. It's
horizontals at that point, don't we?
in the vertical. So, but again, that's the consensus is also in some quarters that proves the Earth is flat.
In no way, shape, or form does that prove the Earth is flat. How would that prove the Earth is flat? I'd love to hear that.
Well, that's going. You can go talk to Oakley. It's his, and hundreds of
Oakley-
other people
Oakley's
who are
a dishonest,
repeating the same thing. So
I ain't gonna say the words, but he's a dishonest. You know what I mean?
I know, but it would still come down to proof in the end, wouldn't it? How you would prove that, because he says that and you say something else, and they're
No, he
at
doesn't
odds
say it's
with
on your
each other.
horizontal, does
But
he?
it's a
He just says it's
consensus
the
of
same
two groups
elevation
of
angle.
people.
But it's on the same horizontal, is it? How can you say something 75 degrees up in the sky? Let's say it's at a diagonal in the sky. How can you say that's horizontal if it's diagonal up in the sky? And if it's horizontal to you and it's diagonal to me, how is my horizontal the same as your horizontal? It clearly isn't, is it?
Well, I can't see how you're going to prove that.
I can't see how you can disprove that. I mean, it's pretty obvious to prove, isn't it? If something's my horizontal, let's say I'll hold my arm out straight, that's horizontal, and I'm pointing at something, and you hold your arm out, you point at the same thing, but it's way up in the sky, I'm pointing horizontal. How's your horizontal the same as mine? It's not easy.
Are you pointing at horizontal or the light in the sky?
Whatever it is, let's say it's a building, let's say it's whatever, a drone, I don't care what it is, let's say it's something. You're pointing at it, you holding your arm out straight horizontal. You're pointing at it, but I'm pointing at the same thing, but I'm pointing at it like vertical, diagonal up in the sky. It's not the same, is it? I'm not pointing horizontal, so how is that my horizontal and your horizontal the same then? It's not, is it?
Because the light's in a different place. You
I
mean?
didn't say light, I said whatever it is. And why would it be in a
Well,
different
whatever
place?
it is, yeah.
How did it change? If, let's say it was a light, how did it change? So for you it's horizontal, but for me it's up in there. How did it magically change and be in two places at once? If it was doing this simultaneously, it doesn't work, does it?
Well, it depends if you're in different places.
No, it doesn't work. Can't be my horizontal and your horizontal at the same time. But yeah, I'd love to speak more to Bev and see more where he's going, look at your website and things. But yeah.
Yeah, have a peruse of the website.
Yeah, I will. And if I can get down to Bedford at some point and we can arrange something, I'd actually like to go over that with you. And
Yeah,
you know,
I'll let you know next time we're going down there. We should be due for a summer visit on the level because it's
I was gonna say, I
we have
hope
a
it's summer.
pilgrimage to the home of the level at Bedford.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, you're welcome to come along. I will let you know when we're doing it.
Yeah, sounds good. See what proof you got, what evidence you got. You know, sounds good.
Yeah. We're
yeah.
the ones that do all the tests, all the stuff. And we all
Yeah.
know, right, the commonality. We all know horizontal and vertical are perpendicular and the Earth is not flat.
But we agree on that the Earth is not flat yet.
Yeah.
And the horizontal and vertical in some cases, not all.
Perpendicular. No, in all cases, always, everywhere, horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
To you at that reference point, but if you compare two people at different reference points, that's where we disagree. But you know, it's okay to disagree. You know, maybe one day I'll see it your way, maybe one day you'll see it my way.
Do we? I mean, like, do you disagree with the statement that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular?
From my reference point, for just me, yes. But if, like I said, if I'm, you know, let's say I've got my horizontal, somebody else has got their horizontal, but I'm pointing at one thing that's there in my horizontal, and they're pointing at a completely different
point
thing.
at things with horizontals. You just establish them.
Okay, let's say my water level is ending up at a certain place on a wall or whatever it is in the distance. It's ending up at a certain place, and it's you know it's touching that spot. But then somebody else's water level is touching a different spot. We clearly have different horizontals, right?
Yeah, you could measure the distance between them, and that would be called differential leveling. That's how you tell the difference between the levels by measuring a vertical change.
Yeah, but if it's the same connected, you know, tube of water, there's laws that dictate that sort of stuff.
Apparently so, but over distance, it's yet to be shown. But
not apparently,
you know,
it's physics.
Well, you say it's physics, but we're yet to establish that with evidence. But you know, hopefully one day we can, you know, test this. That we, you know, I can be shown this apparently and stuff. We'll see. But yeah, like I said, I'll have to crunch those numbers. So you say 600 is for the maximum, right?
600 for the total, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could add another one, right? If you wanted to get your own 400-meter water level, then you could join that on to one of the other ends, and that would be continuing this straight line. And you could do that, well, geometrically, forever. In reality,
yeah,
well, it
we'll
depends how many people want to actually take part in this practical experimentation, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, well, I'm interested if we can get together and do that and get as many people as possible.
Do a GoFundMe and get yourself when we do actually do it. Would you be involved in that? Would you like to get yourself a water level? Because you can fit it on like a garden hose thing.
I would never do a GoFundMe, but yeah, I'd be interested in it. It
only
costs
about 100 quid, or it did cost 100 quid a couple of years ago when we did it. I don't know how much it costs now. We'd do a thing. I'd do a thing to price up all of the, you know, the individual parts so everybody has the same one, and we could link them all together if you wanted to. Maybe go for a Guinness World Book of Records, right? The longest practical water level.
That we can prove established is horizontal, right? Yeah, that we could prove established is horizontal for the longest known distance. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah,
geometric proof. Yeah, that would be good to get more people involved in it.
It would. Yeah, I wouldn't do a GoFundMe personally, but if somebody else did that, whatever. But me personally, no, I don't agree with that stuff for me. But
Why
yeah,
You wouldn't
I
think
mean,
anybody.
give Zen go. Go give Zen go. Not go.
You wouldn't think
No.
anybody did it a couple hundred years ago.
Yeah, no, I couldn't take money from people or anything, but that's not me. That might be other people, but I can't do that kind of stuff. But yeah, if we can do that and we can establish, the longest
What's
Guinness
your
World
opinion
Record,
of
and
Duffy? Before you.
that's my opinion of Duffy.
Yeah. What do you think of this final experiment?
Well, yeah, it does prove the globe. You know what I mean. But to flat earthers, or let's say a globe, oblate sphere, whatever you want to call it, deniers, no, they'll just come up with excuses like it's light in the sky, or well, the AE map isn't our model anymore, even though we used to claim it, or it no longer proves nothing, even though we used to claim that there was no 24-hour sun and this, that, the other. Moving goalposts. But yeah, it should prove things, but unfortunately, reality deniers will continue to reality deny. So.
But you call that a proof, would you? Of proof of globe?
I'd call it evidence.
No, but you did just call it proof.
Well, if I called it proof, I misspoke. Sometimes I will say proof as evidence because that's just how I was raised. Proof, evidence. If you got evidence for something, but yeah, the more I know, the more I learn. The older I've got, I've learned that evidence isn't necessarily proof, but yes, it would be evidence. So sorry if I misspoke.
Yeah,
Not
no,
proof.
that's
It
all
would
right.
be
A lot of
evidence.
people do that. But do you have any proof? Like in the traditional sense of proof.
What do you mean by traditional?
Well, like a mathematical, logical proof.
Well, there's loads of mathematical proof, yeah.
For tis globe.
For is a globe. I don't know what you mean by tis globe. See,
Well,
this is the
the
thing. When
end
you say tis
outcome,
globe,
the conclusion would be, therefore, tis globe, right? At the end of the statement, right? That would be the conclusion, the end outcome for your proof. Like, your proof would start if something, then something else. And
well,
then
if you call it math proof, then yes, there's quite a lot of proof of the globe. But me necessarily, I wouldn't call maths proof necessarily. But yeah, a lot of people do call maths proof. But
well, there are mathematical proofs, but they're better off done geometrically for obviously geometric reasons, right? But that's still mathematical, right? Because geometry is a part of mathematics in the way that it's formed by logic. That's what I meant by mathematical proof.
But logic doesn't always mean it's true.
A proof would. A proof would.
Wait.
By
Did you say
necessity,
logic doesn't always mean it's true?
Yeah, logic doesn't always mean it's true. Sometimes things can seem logical to you, and then you actually see something and it's like, oh, well, I expected the complete opposite to happen based on what I think would be logical. But actually, you see in reality, something is completely different from what you expected to happen, because based on your logic, you're expecting something completely different, and after showing an experiment or whatever, something completely different happens.
Is expectation equal to logic?
Well, yeah, you'd be using your logic. Like, let's say I said, make a prediction based on your logic. What would you expect to happen based on logic? Based on your logic, what's your logical thinking? What would happen? And then you made a prediction, and then it's completely the opposite. You'd be like, oh, okay, well, I was wrong.
That doesn't mean logic isn't true.
No, I'm just saying sometimes logic can be wrong. Based on your logic, if you expected a certain thing based on your logic, and then you were shown something completely different, then you'd be like, "Oh, my logic was wrong."
Well, are you confusing just like thinking or just cognitive? I don't even call it thinking. I think you're conflating just thinking with logic.
Again, it probably depends on definitions, on what your definition of logic is compared to my definition. Maybe, I don't know.
What's your definition of logic?
Well, just what you would think, basically. So if you ask me, what would be your logical conclusion of this thing? my logical conclusion would have to come from thinking. Where else would I get my logic from if I didn't know, or past experience? So thinking based on past experiences. So based on this and this and this, these past experiences, this is my logic. So my logic would then be this.
How do you know your thinking is sound?
Well, you don't until you test it, do you?
Yeah, but that would be logic. So, like, the logic would show that something is either true or false. It's not that
your
the
logic
logic
doesn't
is.
show that. The test shows that. Your logic isn't the test. The test is the test. The test will show an
You have to
outcome.
you
and
have
that
to have the
outcome will
logic.
be what it is.
You have to have the logic to be able to do the test in the first place.
No, somebody else could be showing you the test and doing the test for you, and
They'd
you
still
just
have to have.
No,
they'd
you
still
don't
have
have to be involved in any logic in that. You could just, they do the test for you. There's none of your logic involved. Like, let's say Bev does this test, for example, and I say, oh, my logic says this would happen based on this test. Bev does this test, and it shows a completely different outcome. Oh, okay, my logic, based on what my logic was wrong. Bev done this test, and it showed a completely different thing to what I logically thought it would be. Therefore, my logic was wrong.
This is why I said that we'd have to go over the whole thing from the beginning.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm happy to do that at some
Yeah,
point. We'll have to arrange something and set things up and that. But yeah, we'll have to arrange something, set something up, and go over it and see if you can, prove that evidence of what you said and things. So.
Yeah, proof. I will. I'll definitely run you through proof and hopefully logic, because we'll have to.
No, sounds good.
We'll have to go over it from first principles. Advanced simplicity.
Yep, sounds good.
Cool. Anytime, you know where we are. This Discord. You can just post at any point. You can pop in and at any time.
Yeah, I'll hit you up at some point and we'll see if we can arrange something.
Yeah. I'm around most of the time, so if you've got a bit of time spare at some point, you're from the UK, so should easily be able to do it within. I don't know. It depends how argumentative you're going to be, but I reckon we should be able to do it within an hour. To give you.
Hey, hold on. I haven't been that bad, have I?
No, but listen. I've had some people, and we got stuck on straight for 4 hours. That's how argumentative some people can get, just talking about straight. So it's there's a possibility.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been nice chatting to you anyway.
Good to finally chat to you.
But yeah, I'll message you or something and we can arrange something.
Sweet.
All right,
thanks for popping round.
No problem. Cheers, bye.
See ya. Well, there you go. Free for all Friday. I've already got a chance to practice rhetoric, yeah? That was good. At least we can start agreeing with some people on certain things.
Yeah, the rhetoric's definitely getting better. That was intriguing, to say the least.
Yeah. Yeah, and we didn't even get to go over horizontals and Rachel's last video. But yeah, that offer stands to anyone. If you want to come over and see how we've formulated this proof of whatever, really, this whole thing is about being able to formulate your own proofs. Because like Rachel said, you want to be able to test something. And the way you formulate a test, logic is the way of testing your thinking against itself to make sure, like Buster was going on about, you check your thoughts through logic. But you need to get other people involved in it. You need to be able to learn the rhetoric to be able to express these things. And along with that comes with the law of identity, right? You need the words there. If you've never practiced it, the words don't come naturally. You're struggling to find them. It's good to practice that sort of thing. So if anybody does want to come and, they sort of help us in a way, because we want to be able to express these proofs to people in the most simple way, and everybody's different. Everybody's has a different understanding of things, so we should be able to just communicate with each other on these things, and then maybe we'll get better at it.
I think it was great. Like just the conversation in general, like cordial. I mean, yeah. More people should come around to talk about these things.
Yeah,
I think.
This neg. What made Negator come out of the woodwork?
Holy cow! I haven't heard that one in a while.
No. Remember when we were doing the 2v2 debate teams, and we were getting people to choose? All the Globers chose him. He was like one of their top men for debate team.
Well,
Globe team.
I'll never forget. I think it was him. It was, well, I don't know. There's like loads of those sock accounts. It's the same person, but like I can remember that one being like, it was the Dark Shark. Remember, sighting the water level to the horizon. It's like the horizon's lower than that water level that's at higher elevation. It's like, yeah, it is. He said the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's because your eye level, if you're at elevation, higher elevation, it wouldn't be. Anyway,
Yeah,
I just that was, yeah. Why would it? Yeah, doesn't logically follow.
Yeah, it doesn't follow, right? I think I think what's gone on is like there's a guy, right, on Nathan Oakley's panel called Brian, and he goes by the name Brian's Logic. Now, I would be willing to say that Rachel's got this idea that everybody has their own logic within their own thoughts. Just like Brian has his own logic. He's made his channel after it.
Could I say it this way? Just because you have a colloquial use of the term logic doesn't mean that it's logic.
Yeah. Yeah, you can say like there's formal logic, which is like a written form of logic. It's a bit formal, right? It's if P then Q, and it goes way worse than that. There's loads, right? That's formal logic, but it's still based on logic, and logic isn't just thinking.
It's a framework.
Yeah, you can have fallacious thought, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't base logic on
that. What's crazy is that the guy that was here, was it last week or whatever?
Yeah.
He was an atheist, but he even said logic is eternal. Like, that's amazing. Like, somebody that's an atheist that would say logic is eternal. It's like, I don't disagree with that. Like, logic is logic. It's just there. It's a framework, and you try to adhere your thinking to that correct framework. Well, Emma said it in the live chat. Having shite logic isn't logic being wrong. Like that's it.
Falsifying logic because you have a bad idea of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Neg's come back to show us that he thinks people measure the equipotential angle of adjustment.
No.
Yeah.
Look, if somebody ever comes with the RBD face again, like
I hope so. I was
know.
hoping that one of these new guys might have wanted to take it on.
That was the last great work, and
Yeah.
like nobody's willing, like even
picking it up.
Blues falling off, wasn't willing to take it on. Like
Rumpus.
somebody takes,
Rumpus is
Rumpus.
like can't even do his test because that would definitely involve RBD face, wouldn't it?
Yep.
It's so
I think Rachie was even kind of skirting on RBD face there for a minute, but it would take a while to get there.
Yeah. Rachie's definitely not the one to take on RBD face.
No.
Although the Wolfpack might want to use someone like Rachie. Because like Ruhif was absolutely adamant that he would never allow anybody that wasn't Australian into the Wolfpack.
Well, yeah.
So either he's lost control of the Wolfpack, or they might be using her.
Bad.
I hope they're not. I hope they would be brave enough to actually come in themselves rather than sending somebody like Rachie in.
I remember the last time Ruhif was here. It was the whole Polaris thing. Can't talk about it.
Can't talk about that.
The Hawk.
Not without the Hawkster present.
No. Oh, how... That'd be pretty epic, though, if the Hawk came in and Ruhif. Pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be good for anyone, right? The Hawk and anyone. So I don't think he'd want to come in on his own. I think he's a bit frightened. I think he's got a thing for Emma. So he doesn't want to come in on his own. He needs like chaperone or something.
Could be.
No, I was thinking somebody might soundboard that.
I would have. I would have thought. I would have thought No Rat would have been on that one, but no, not live.
I'm trying to be on my best behavior.
It's all right. We're not monetized. Do you like the things I've been putting up? The horizontals and the verticals. That's great, isn't it?
Yeah. Once my eyes recover, my God.
It's like, can your eyes be fooled by things that you're looking at, or what?
Yeah, but it still doesn't negate the fact that from point A to point B is a straight line.
Yeah. They are actually vertical in that picture.
Right.
And they were horizontal in the other picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, people used to say Negator was one of the best debaters, but like most of them, they've been placed to text chat trolls, as we call them. But they think that's the most sincerest part of debate is typing in text chats. When they're free to come in and chat. That's all we want, right? This is only talking about things And since we're talking about reality, then what's anybody got to lose? We should just be able to agree on certain things that obviously occur in reality. Imagine somebody having a problem when you say to them, we can agree that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right? Right, we can all agree on that. Why do people imagine there's some sort of trick involved in it? Oh, I like it.
Let Ric Flair throw you off.
Yeah, Nick's Negator's doing the more than 180 degrees as well. It's genius. Equipotential angle of adjustment. Looks like we've got a new taker. How long have you been getting away with that? Or how long do you think you can get away with that? Obvious bullshit, Neg. Here we are talking about proof, and
I mean, well, if he wants to falsify Euclidean geometry, then I mean, hey, go ahead, be my guest.
It's so bad that he doesn't even realize the consequences of the chain of events that he's laying out. It's crazy.
Yeah, like here's stolen concept. That's it.
Here's a reductio ad absurdum. That's what he's doing now, right? At the end of all of the proofs, there comes the reductio ad absurdum, and that's what Neg's starting with. That's his opening gambit.
Well, if he's saying more than a triangle having more than 180 degrees, then you already initially have a triangle having 180 degrees. That's a stolen concept.
No, he's talking about reciprocal zenith angles. You know, equipotential angle of adjustment.
Oh, is this in the YouTube chat?
Yeah.
Well, who did that? Nobody's done that.
No, you just say they add up to more than 180. That's what you say.
Yeah, but if he's saying reciprocal zenith angles, nobody's done it. Well, nobody can explain if somebody has done it.
Don't know whether he said that. He's on the chain of perpendicular to horizontal. That's more than 90. Says Page.
Well, if he
So I
he
suppose
brought
one could be 90, but the other will be greater than.
Who's done that?
No, it's just it's scripted, isn't it? It's scripted
That's what I'm saying,
nonsense that everybody within the arena has to accept, right? Nathan Oakley would go along with this sort of stuff, and Neg's been developed this with the for stupid flat earthers, and at the minute he thinks he's talking to stupid flat earthers, or he might be in the chat, but he thinks he can get away with it. He thinks it means something to somebody who knows that horizontal's a straight line. It's broken minds.
Yeah,
Literally, they want to come in and get you. I think Saragaki did a post the other day, and I meant to save it as a definition and get it on the website. So hopefully we'll be able to get back and get it again. But it was his explanation. Somebody asked him what's model affliction, and it was his definition of model afflictions is this. Broken minds.
Well, like I just pulled up the YouTube chat. Both verticals measurably diverge. Nobody's ever done that. He just says it. Like, I can just say a thing.
Measurably. Well, like how? Measurably.
Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just measurably. Like, you can say that and it sounds great. Like, most people will go, okay, it's measurably.
Yeah, somebody must have
the-
done it, right? He said measurably. So
Yeah, he just said the word. His rhetoric's like, he's there.
Oh, he's measured it. He's done. He's measured the equipotential angle of adjustment.
No, he hasn't.
He
Nobody
says yes.
has.
He says yes. Somebody asked him,
No.
have you done it? And he said, yeah.
No, he hasn't. Like, look, nobody. We were over at one of the Discord servers, and we were talking about this very thing. Well, it was the reciprocal zenith angles. Nobody could explain it.
Total station.
Nobody
He's
even.
got a total station.
Negator has a total station?
Apparently, yeah. And they measure tilting verticals.
Oh, wow. How would you do that?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him. He says he's measured it. That's right. I haven't got you wrong there. He says he has. With his smiley face. So, like, I mean, he wouldn't lie. I mean, he's a...
Sure. Oh, no, not on YouTube.
Defender that's hanging about in the chat in a YouTube channel.
No, nobody on YouTube lies. Like, that's like, it's like, I got a total station. I measure angles.
Yeah, tilt that one. Tilt's over there. Look at that tilt.
Yeah.
I can measure that vertical tilting over there.
What he should do is like the other guy that was full of shit that said plumb bobs that, measured plumb bobs not vertical and not show one plumb bob in any video. Just do that. Everybody will believe it. I mean, he said he's got a total station. I totally believe that.
Yeah, and Rachie was asking for numbers. She was saying, I have to take that out and, work out for... Like, she's in the wolf pack and seems to be completely unaware of the Ruhif numbers. I mean, she could just have a chart. Every globe person should have the short numbers. Everybody knows the 8-inch.
I know. I did pick up on that because, like, that was like, what, almost 3 years ago now that the numbers came out.
Thank you very much, Saragaki. Check that out, right? It's when the model in your mind has taken precedent over reality, to the point where the afflicted person will be forced into rejecting basic fundamental truths to maintain such a mind model, and oftentimes demand other people join them in their delusion for easing their fear of the loneliness that inevitably follows as you descend into madness.
Yeah.
Model affliction. Perfect definition of model affliction. Yeah. Thank you very much.
It's just schematization of... Oh, now NORAD wants to do a soundboard. Schematizing the model. I mean, yeah.
I'll have to. I'll remember that, and I'll get that on the website. Model affliction definition.
That is a good one.
That's good, isn't it?
It was good.
So thank you very much, Saragaki. Yeah, whatever occurs in this arena, right? All we ask is, we're talking about reality. I don't need to talk about a globe. I don't need to talk about flat Earth, because there's reality, and I can falsify both of those models because they're not reality. They're nonsense. And why would you be expected to take on a nonsense when you have reality? It just doesn't make any sense to me. But I mean, that's one of the proofs of tis globe, isn't it? The globe model, as with the flat Earth model, requires you to take on contradictions those contradictions might likely end you at that point, the end point there, the descent into madness. But, you know, that's where we are. It's 2024. Why not? I mean, what's up with it? Seems like everybody can have a go at anything they want. Add a bit of science in there. You've got the making of a globe. Just measure reality, yeah.
I saw
Just
that
measure
too.
reality, yeah.
I mean,
yeah, why not?
Everybody knows you measure reality. I mean, that's what you do. Measure reality.
Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. I mean, surely nobody would have a problem with that statement, would they? It's a positive statement. One of the fundamentals that we can all agree on. Unless, of course, you've got some sort of a model.
Look, he just said, Frantic Bunny Ears, the video I was talking about, where he doesn't show any plumb lines in the video at all.
Just writes pencil.
It's like, and nobody can explain the video. Nobody can explain what he did in the video.
Well, the method.
Yeah,
like,
the method.
What's he
like, yeah, what's he doing to show plumb lines are not parallel when he absolutely doesn't show any plumb lines at all?
Doesn't show anything.
Doesn't show anything
other than
but no,
some pencil scribblings in a book.
Yeah, but nobody can even explain the pencil scribblings. Like, we are the closest people that have ever explained what he's doing, with a little bit of help from George, you know.
Yeah.
Back in the day, and nobody can still explain it. But here we got Negator saying, like, hey, go check this.
It's a new one.
Nah, he hasn't done it.
You'd be scared by the results. Hey, tilting verticals. It's like you've not set that up, mate.
Yeah, tilting. I'll still hold by my logical statement, and it's not. There's no rebuttal.
I've measured it. It's like, can you imagine that going back, right? It's like, yep, I measured it. It's like you measured what? Tilting verticals.
How would you do that?
It's like, I asked you to go and fucking measure the area or something. It's like, yeah, but, you know, tilting verticals. Globe proof. Well, tis globe. Like, get out. Get out.
You'd
be sacked. You would be sacked.
Yeah. You can't get around if an instrument is set up properly, i.e. total station, any of those with the crosshair. If an instrument's set up properly, if you sight to a plumb line, a plumb bob string, it's going to line up with the vertical crosshair.
Yeah, the globe defenders aren't going to like it, right? But it doesn't mean the Earth's flat. It just means that in reality, surveyors have level being horizontal.
It just means the geometric principles hold true.
Yeah. Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere. One thing you can guarantee on that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Yep.
Yeah.
Nobody would disagree with you either. I think that should be a statement that you could guarantee that everyone would agree on, right? It's 2024. apparently we might be the strange ones for saying it. You can imagine trying to get to everybody to sort of agree on some fundamental basic concepts for us to start at.
There's nobody practically in this world that would disagree with if you have an instrument set up properly and you sight to a plumb bob string, that it's not going to be perpendicular. It's not going to line up with the crosshair. I mean, hey, maybe it does. Maybe somebody would disagree.
There's Paige triggering them in the chat. You know those statements that you're making there, Paige? They're government monitored. Fundamental basics of geometric principles that have to be denied because the model dictates it shouldn't be openly displayed. It's like mass triggering. My geometry. That's why we made imaginometry, Saragak.
Yeah.
So they can. Right? We came into this at the beginning. Look, not flat earthers, but then you slowly realise that the globe guys they've got no proof. So why not help them out? Why not help the guys out? Obviously, it's logic that's the problem with the globe. The logic and the globe don't seem to fit because logic and contradictions don't really seem to get on too well. But Graham Priest and Brenda have shown us diletheism. Sophisticated thinking is what was needed.
Watching stuff like that on YouTube, that just, God, it just seems like a bot, man.
Well, I think because what we've been doing over the last few years, obviously, we're talking about stuff. We've been developing a rhetoric around the globe, right? Now, the globe is, well, it's something that just exists within the childlike mind of us all.
Right, yeah, the mind, yeah.
Yeah. And, it's an extension of that, but it's rooted in that childlike bit that occurs before logic is formulated. So therefore, logic has been put on top of an already existing framework of nonsense, contradictions. But it's been justified with logic. But now, when you get to a certain age and somebody triggers that little contradiction or whatever, then you're forced to think about it, and that actual thinking is the bit that you do that to yourself. That's logic. That's your internal logic trying to sort it out. Now, I think what we've been taught that, when you're taught to deny that natural instinct that you have that says, perhaps this isn't the right thing, or perhaps that, and you're taught to deny that through the education system by the acceptance of contradictions. But certain people don't. Once you learn actual logic, you don't take on those contradictions, and that's the difference. Whether you accept the contradictions or whether you can see the contradictions. Sometimes seeing the contradictions is when the problem occurs. Some people aren't very good at dealing with those problems. They've probably already got too many problems going on in their own lives anyway. Who needs to learn about contradictions and having to solve them? They take up a fair bit of time, you know, in the mind. Anyway, I'm probably waffling.
I was gonna type something, but I don't know how to spell word.
Negator won't come in. They, you know, when they were all touting him as one of the best debaters, and we did actually get to talk to him, he wasn't even very good at talking. So, yeah, I think it takes a bit for you to learn the rhetoric, and I don't think anybody else does have the rhetoric. But, I mean, come in and prove us wrong. Please. But I'm guessing not. It might not be the same negator.
No.
It might just be a different one. Yeah, you can't defend the globe at the drop of a hat. Well, I mean, he's not defending the globe because we've got proof of globe anyway. I'd say if, like, the best way, this is one of the other things, if we do a globe proof day, then, like, we could get together, us and our globe buddies, and, like, all, like, see who's the best, who's got the best globe proof. I could do a globe proof-a-thon. Maybe, I don't know, for Emma's PC. See whether we could get some funds. Or Milad, oh yeah, even Milad could do we could do with a caravan in the back garden. So if Neg wants to come in, like, you know, we'll go over our globe proofs. Neg's has been around for ages. One of the top debaters on the globe side, chosen by the actual debaters back when debating was a thing. Before everybody stopped going over to Nathan's. When that was when they wanted to debate, wasn't it? Yeah, pop on in. I won't be staying live unless Neg wants to come in. Won't be staying live for too long. Hopefully he wants to come round at some point. Got what? Proof? I think we're the only ones with proof. I think we are. Well, me anyway. I think everybody has a proof. It's just how do you formalise it? How do you develop the rhetoric to even consider expressing it, right? It's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, everybody knows 'tis globe. Just like everybody knows horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. How do you prove it? I bet Neg's got a fair few of those proofs. Tilting verticals, he says. He's measured them. Tilting vertical over there. You can do that from anywhere, you know, on a globe. Just look over yonder. 'Tis globe, tilting verticals. Tilting verticals as far as the eye can see. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Imagine that. Can you see over there, son? That's a tilting vertical over there.
Yeah, you know, set your total station up. Sight of plumb bob string. It lines up in the crosshair, but I mean, something else is happening.
You don't necessarily need to see them, but you can know that they are.
Just think about it,
because they have to be.
They have to, yeah.
They have to.
Has to be.
'Tis globe. But they don't look like they are. You can't see them. But just know that they are. Like the verticals on a ball. I don't know what you mean. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, dude, just all you had to say was toothpicks and an orange, or
yeah.
toothpicks and a basketball. Anything would have been better than just know that they are.
Yeah, and I'm not making fun of it because, you know, has to be. What's he got? What's he waiting for? What's Neg asking for? I've not been involved in this chat. What is he talking to me or is he talking to you? Nice try though, Neg. There's one place that you wouldn't even want to go back to, right? Gem Pandas. Don't even think I'm in it. I may have been kicked from it. Or I think we left, did we? Did we leave with the Nips thing? The Nug. Was that when we left?
It seemed like a crispy, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. The Nugs. Yeah, what happened to Jose? Is Jose still going? Or did that just sort of... Did he do a Jesse? And a Rumpus? Haven't times changed?
You might want to check to see. You might want to check on the person he emasculated. Maybe he'll know more about it.
Yeah. Yeah, did he didn't get his, you know.
No. I'm not trying. I'm just saying maybe he would know.
Didn't cross
those
any
two were boys.
frozen rivers, did he? What you need to provide is proof it's measured in reality. You don't measure horizontal. Like that's the sort of shit Nathan Oakley says. I don't know why, Neg. You said that you've measured it. So you have a proof for yourself. Why do you need anything from anyone else? Why are you asking other people to provide proof of something? Because you've done it, haven't you? I don't get it. Paige is just there triggering the shit out of him. And I think he's talking to Paige. Right, so I think anybody want to pick a leaving tune? Otherwise, we're going to end with a Tis Globe. But then we've done all three of them. Right. It's not flat, this one's called. This is the third of the trilogy, I think we decided the other day. Tis Globe, Proof of Tis Globe. And this is the false dichotomy. If it's not flat, therefore Tis Globe. As always, this is the weekend. It's my birthday weekend. So pop on in. We'll probably be playing games all weekend, and UFC tomorrow, I think. So pop in, have a chat if you want to come over and talk about proofs or whatever. But keep it light because it is the weekend. It's my birthday weekend, and mainly playing games. Thanks for watching. Will we be back on Monday? I think we will, because that is my birthday. Yeah, actually, Model Affliction Monday is my birthday, my actual birthday. But so this is my birthday weekend. So you can save all your wishes for Monday when we're back on Monday. All right. See you later. Thanks for watching. See you on Monday.
Simply put, everyone knows 'tis globe. It's a logic proof of globe. Logic states of G, then G, and if G and G, then G, therefore it can be proved directly by if globe, then globe. If globe and globe, then globe. Or indirectly by if not flat, then globe. It's not flat, therefore 'tis globe. Or if it's not flat, and it's not flat, then it's definitely globe. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis globe. Be at peace with your globe. With the show that will continue to progress through globe. Therefore 'tis globe. Or if it's not flat and it's not flat, then it's definitely globe. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis globe. Be at peace with your globe. At peace with your globe. Just the purpose of globe. to progress. The proofs of globe. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis globe. Be at peace with your globe. Rest assured that we will continue to progress. The proofs of globe. Globe. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis globe. Globe. We can continue to progress. The proofs of globe. Globe. Of globe. Globe. Of globe. Globe. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis globe, globe. Be at peace with your globe. Rest assured that we will continue to progress. Proofs of globe. Of globe. Of globe. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis